Hello there. Hi, everybody. Happy Chikorita Tuesday. I hope you're all having a wonderful Tuesday so far. Um, oh God, I can hear myself. Turn me down in there. Okay, thank you. Let me check up on chat. Whoa, Ty, what are you doing here? I don't, how did I get here? How long have I been here for? I don't know. Sky, how did this happen? Moth, congratulations on being first. Here is your gluten-free cookie. And Doe, thank you for redeeming. Hi, I'm new, even though I feel like you're not that new. Moth, thank you for paying your daily loan. You're at 20,500 bells on your loan. Toy, hello. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. Totally not at work right now. How are the pets? I hope that they're good. I hope they're selling well. Keep tapping the hi, I'm new. I see that. Doe, thank you for paying your daily loan. You're at 1,500 bells on your loan. My belly hurts. I think I'm hungry, but I have another 3 hours. You got to start bringing a snack with you. Oh my goodness. You're hungry too? I'm a little hungry. I feel that. Holds up 2 dying baby trees. I can't evolve without trade. Now I'm stuck with 2 dying baby trees. In what game? I assume, do you mean Phantom? He's a little tree that evolves with trade. What game? I probably can trade with you, or Sky probably can. You will get Chicky today? I fucking hope. I don't want to jinx anything, but I've been having like kind of a good week, low-key. Like good things have been happening to me the past few days. And in my head, I was like, will the good luck extend to Chikorita? We're almost at odds on eggs. I think we're going to get to 480 eggs today. So that's odds are 512. So I think we're very close on eggs, plus all of the encounters we've had. I feel like it's possible. I don't know, but I'm not going to jinx anything. Pasta, you are on a 10 stream streak. Let's freaking go. That is so many. Thank you for the shiny luck, everybody. Demon Slayer intro. Hell yeah. Sky, hello. How are you, cutie? I hope that you're doing well. Why was I hearing a claw machine? It was probably something in the game. I was going into the underground on the starting soon screen. Chase Tuesday. It's Chase and Chikorita. They can share. Sky, thank you for paying your daily loan. You're at 200 bells on your loan. And Pasta, you're at 1,200 bells on your loan. Let's freaking go. You can't snack at the library? That's so sad. Well, bring a snack and then eat it outside the library and then go back inside. Astriel, hello. How are you? I hope you're having a good Tuesday. Violet? Oh, yeah. One of us can totally trade with you if you need to evolve him. We have Scarlet and Violet between the two of us, so no problem. You can, in the Discord, in the Pokemon channel, if you, like, send in there, like, hey, can anybody trade with me? Somebody will probably hit you up. I was sending separate messages for hype, not anger. It is both Chase and Chicky Tuesday. Okay, all right, good. I couldn't tell because it was just all caps, Chase Tuesday, and I was like, they can share. I'm here for the chaos. Who's to say that there's going to be a chaos in a twitch.tv/self-titled stream? When has there ever once been chaos here, ever? Name one time. It's every single time. It's every single time there's been chaos. Right now I want to shave all of my hair off. Sensory overload, it keeps getting in the way. I feel that. I was going to say, Moth has said that to me before, that they just want to shave their whole hair off. That's why they've gotten an undercut many times, so that the hair gets off of them and they can put the rest up. I'll have to wait till I drop by Starbucks. Gotcha. Peekaboo is chaotic and traumatizing for me. I can't believe I've permanently scarred Tori over a peekaboo incident. I think that's really funny. I mean, not for her, but for me. It's funny because I actually do that a lot. Like, as a joke, I'll, like, go to the ending screen and be like, all right, guys, that's it for stream. See you later. And then I'll hit the ending scene, or I'll turn my camera off, or I'll go back to the starting screen if I was muted the first time I came in. So like I unironically accidentally play peekaboo with you guys a lot. We just weren't calling it peekaboo until you. And now that I think about it, I do play peekaboo with chat a lot. So I think that's hilarious and we're keeping it for sure. I haven't made it like a channel point routine yet, but I totally need to because I think it would be really funny if you guys can, if I can make it automated too, so that you manually turn my camera off for like an unidentified number of seconds and then it comes back on. I think that that would be really funny. But yeah, I hope everybody had a good end of your weekend after my stream Saturday and that you've had a good start to your week. Like I said, I kind of did. So not jinxing anything, but Charlie and I have been talking and we're like, trying to like manifest good things and like kind of like get our shit together, which is something I've said I'm going to do a lot. I'm going to be like, I'm going to get my shit together this month. And then I never do. But our like air conditioner was broken. Our dishwasher was broken. My job wasn't giving me any hours. Like Charlie wasn't feeling well, like physically. We were having a lot going on. And I think we both just kind of like snapped into it this weekend. And we were like, we're going to fix it.
Bruh.
Like, we're going to fix the dishwasher, which we got a new one. We're going to fix the AC. We got a guy to come fix it. We are going to, you know, clean up the house a little bit. We're going to clean up our act a little bit, and we're trying to be better. So I just need someone to braid my hair. Yeah, I don't really know how to braid, to be honest. I learned the one braid when I was little, and that was it. I always got my cousin to French braid my hair if I needed it to be French braided. Yeah, just scare me every time. I would fall for it too if other people turn the camera off. I'd be like, oh, Ty, your camera broke. Exactly. But then in chat, like whenever my camera comes back on, it'll just be like, peekaboo. It wasn't fully possible to get our shit together for a while. Yeah, because there have been times in my life where I said I was going to get my shit together, and I did for a short period of time before something like threw it off. Like, I feel like my shit was relatively together when I was working my last job. The only problem with that was the job I had. But I was doing it. Like, I was getting up in the morning and I was streaming at like 10 o'clock, and then I was going to my full-time job where I worked 40 hours, and then I would work the whole day, and like I was also maintaining like dinner and like, you know, other things. It was just a lot, and I burnt out, and then I got laid off. So I feel like I was trying. Like, it wasn't my fault that things went poorly after that job. But there were a good few months where I was doing well. Not the best, but well. You've come to steal my kneecaps. God damn it. Not again. Hi, Ty. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. Give me your hair. That sounds like a threat. Like, give me your hair. But yeah. We're going to be looking for Chicky today, obviously. Hopefully we'll find her. Charlie and I are in the underground together. Here we are. See? There they are. Oh, yeah, and we're going to reach a grand total of 1,000 chickies. So I feel good. I feel good about what we've got going on. I have 2 boxes here that we're going to open. So fingers crossed. I'm cold, which means I'm tired. Ooh. Yeah. I'm cold, which means my AC is working for once. I'm not cold, but I was actually chilly last night, and that was, like, a blessing, because I had not been chilly in our house in a hot minute. I need to get the hunt set up, because I did not do that before stream. So give me a second to do that. Chikorita count, Masuda. Okay. All right. We should be good. If I have to wear mask dress pants next week, I might as well have really queer hair. That's what the hairstylist said. Exactly. I may be back. Gotta go for now. Okay. Enjoy your lurk. That's how I felt a lot when I had to dress feminine for things. It was nice if my hair could be masculine or like vice versa. I felt like that helped. Kitty, is there a kitty in here? She's not right now.
Read the chat.
Oh. What did somebody say about a kitty? Oh, yes. Charlie is crocheting the kitty. I can't read, sorry. Yeah, we were really busy over the weekend. We went down to Robin's graduation, so we didn't have a ton of time, and by we I mean Charlie, because I don't know how to crochet. But Charlie didn't have a ton of time to work on that the past few days, but they've been cooking on it today, so hopefully we can get those mailed out to you by the end of the week. I demand it be made with love and spite. It definitely will be. Definitely will be. But okay, we got to go to Charlie's base, which I think it put here today. Yeah, okay. Convenient. Where can I see them? The crochet kitties? Do we have any photos? We don't, because the one crochet kitty Charlie made, we sold before I could even take a picture of it. But Charlie, the pattern you're using, does it have like reference photos? Because I could show the reference from the pattern, so you can see generally what they're making. You have pics of half-made ones? Well, yes, but then it's kind of hard to tell what it will actually look like. Need to find some wireless headphones.
The pattern on Discord because I wanted it on my computer.
Oh, okay, I can pull it up then.
Also, I'm gonna chuck a partially made kitty in there.
Okay.
I missed.
What? What?
I tried to chuck a partially made kitty in there and I missed.
Oh, you mean into... I see it. You meant physically throw it into my room. Okay, hold on. Charlie threw one in here. Hold on.
It only has one lip.
Yes, I see that.
Flying
I
ahead.
see that you threw him in here.
So then the pattern's on your Discord.
Yeah, I got that. Can you not yell at me from the room?
Sorry.
Okay. So, I'll show you what Charlie's partially made one looks like, and then I'll show you what the final product is supposed to look like. But they can be purchased on our coffee if you do exclamation point coffee. There's hair on it now because you threw it onto our floor. Yeah, by the way, if you order anything from us, it's going to have cat hair in it. So just, if you're allergic to cats, be careful. But this is a partially made one. It doesn't have arms and it only has one leg. But this is what they look like. So this is a yellow one, obviously, but the yarn color can be changed out to be pink or green or purple. So this is the kitty. How are the mud puppies? They're going to be made after kitties. Yeah, those are faster because they're smaller. Let me pull up the Discord. Hectic week. Yeah, don't be sorry though, because the coffee stuff is made to order and people know that when they order it. So it should be, they should be prepared for it to take a few days for you to make it. I think that that's more than a valid request. Okay, pattern. Oh, yes, pattern. Okay, let me see. Oh, they're very cute. Okay, yes, let me show you a picture of what they're meant to look like when they're done. Do I have a window capture? Window capture. There we go. Oh, that's not the right window. There we go. That's what they're meant to look like when they're done. So, roughly like that. So that's what you'll be getting if you order the kitties. All right, let me drag that down here. All right, anyway, we got some chickies to do. Let me close this. Okay. Let me turn the effect on from in here. I haven't done the chikoritas in a little while, so I'm like a little bit disoriented. Okay. So we've got, oh, we're already at 32 out of 40. Okay, we should try to get to our cave then. We're gonna want to go up here. Of course, I'm grabbing a bunch on my way. It's okay, we'll just have shiny time from the get-go. But yeah, I think the kitties are super cute. I'm obsessed. I love the frogs too, obviously. I like that the frogs right now we're doing like pride. I do feel like, because we We don't have it on the site that the other ones can be pried, but I feel like you could do pride on like the body for the kitties, like just their like torso, and then do regular yarn on like the head and the legs that is kind of a similar color. Oh shit. I got so many Diglets and Dugtrios on my way here. It was at 32 and now we're at 38. But I feel like it would be cute if it had like a bi-pride tummy or like a lesbian tummy or whatever, and then like the rest of the yarn was like, if it's bi, it would be like a pink head and then like blue legs or something. I feel like that would be cute to offer as a custom, like pride kitties, because we have pride froggies, but I feel like pride kitties would also be cute. Obviously up to Charlie though, because we have very limited amounts of that yarn, the pride yarn, because it's from Joanne, and Joanne went out of business, so our local Joanne is completely out of the pride yarn. So we have to be kind of picky with what we use it on, but obviously if somebody ordered something, we could do it. Hot Dog, welcome in. How's it going? I hope you're having a good Tuesday. Trying to find some chikoritas this fine Tuesday. I need to turn the game sound up a little bit. The music is like louder than the game sound. Not for you guys, just for me. Alright, there we go. And now my mouse is in the way. Okay. Bookmarked it for later. Let's freaking go. Yeah, if you guys are not buying moth crochet stuff, you should, because it's freaking adorable. And on the commissions tab on our coffee, I believe there's an option to request a crochet animal that's not listed on our regular listing for the dogs, frogs, not dogs, the cats, axolotls, and frogs. You could request a dog, and if Charlie can find a good pattern, they'll make it. I love this emote. I do too. The shiny Espeon. I love shiny Espeon. That's genuinely like one of my favorite shinies, and it makes me sad that people shit on it for being like neon green, because I know there's a lot of like green shinies, but God forbid, it's a good color. Okay, but we're at the 40 out of 40, so let's see if we can manage to find a chickie. Because I have not seen any yet today. In the atmosphere. Casual. Oh, Brendan Urie before he sucked vocally. He's always sucked as a person, but at least before he sucked vocally. Why do good music artists have to be shitty people? Alright. Speaking of good music artists, we're going to see PLZA and Sleeping with Sirens literally this Saturday, and I'm so freaking excited about it. They're going to do King for a Day live with Kellen Quinn. It's going to be biblically accurate, and it's going to be the best. Because I've seen PTV before, but I've never seen Sleeping with Sirens, and I've never seen the two of them together, so I'm fucking stoked. So if there's a lot of PLZA on this playlist, you're gonna have to deal with it. Chickie! Our first chickie of the day. And what if she's shiny and then we can end this hunt and it can all be over? Aw, man. Wouldn't have that been so good if she was? Why did the counter not go up? Why? Why no counter go up? Okay, I don't have time to fix it yet. I'll fix it after the time. Everybody just keep track. Ugh. One chickie. Yeah, I counted that one manually. So just count everybody after this. I think it was because I didn't have the application like full screen when I started it. And sometimes it gets mad if it's not full screen. So I'll fix that. Oh, there's another one. Chikorita Cheewsday in it. It is. Okay, there's one. So that's 952. . 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952. 952 Rico, no, get away from me. You bitch. Alright. This is an oldie. I didn't even know this was on this playlist. I have a very random playlist playing right now. It's just like every song I've ever liked ever. Alright, no shiny Crawdon. Sometimes I'm just in the mood to listen to every song I've ever heard, and sometimes I'm in the mood to only listen to one song over and over again. I was about to say I feel a very neurotypical way about music because I was watching this video of this girl on TikTok who was like, here's how to make the perfect sandwich. And she was like, I feel a very neurotypical way about food. Counter, I know, the counter's broken. That's why Charlie's counting. Because I can't fix it right now, but I will fix it in a moment. It should be 9:52 right now. Okay, there we go. We're out of time, so I can fix it after I do this lap. Alright, no luck yet, but it was our first shiny time of the night, so kind of to be expected. Alright. Let me up the counter one and then restart the hunt. Very rude of it not to work, to be honest. I have the right thing selected. I don't know why it does that. We'll try again. Alright, we'll see if it'll work now. Thought you ran into two. Am I dumb? Yeah, I did. I started at 9:50, so the first one was 9:51, and the second one was 9:52. And this one will be 9:53 if the counter will go up. There we go. Okay, counter's working now. I done it a different way. I counted the first one. That's what I was trying to tell you, is I clicked up on the counter when I noticed it didn't work the first time, and then I told you to count the rest, which was only one more. So I just had to do it up one. I see now, yeah. Oh, another one! 2 in 1 room. Let's freaking go. Why didn't I get this room when we were on the, like, extra boosted odds time? God damn it. Me running with my Adam Lambert has been constantly playing in my head. Not to mention both covers of Rise. Yeah. Not me having not streamed Pokemon in like 2 weeks and not having a requirement for one of my stream teams to stream. And, oh, now having a requirement to stream 50% Pokemon content. I'm kind of worried about meeting that requirement going forward. That's a weird requirement. Which team... It's not Fruities, right? Fruities does whatever, right? What team are you on where you have to stream at least 50% Pokemon content? Because that's so weird. Like, even Floromatown being a Pokemon-themed stream team doesn't actually require that we stream Pokemon. We have, like, half horror streamers and half Pokemon streamers. But they don't care what we stream, and neither does Egg Toast. Egg Toast is, like, half artists and half streamers. But I'm actually one of the only Pokemon players on Egg Toast, at least who streams it consistently. Like, I guess it makes sense if it is, like, a Pokemon streamer-focused team, but I don't know. I kind of feel like if you are... I mean, for me, being a variety streamer who, in the first couple of years of my streaming, what are the words? I switched up my content a lot, and I would have not liked to be put into a box when I was doing that, because I think I needed to go through that phase where I figured out what I wanted to do. And even though I have figured out what I want to do now, I still don't necessarily want to be 100% Pokemon all the time. Like, I still tell people when they come in that I'm a variety, but mostly Pokemon streamer. Because sometimes I want to play Banjo-Tooie, or sometimes I want to play Animal Crossing, or, you know, whatever. So I don't like being, you know, fully boxed in. Miss Cat needs to be holding this Espeon chewing on the charm. That would be so cute. She has an Espeon plushie, and then we made her a shiny charm out of perler beads that we gave her for her birthday. So she needs to, like, put it in the mouth of the plushie, even though the mouth doesn't actually open on the plushie, but, like, pretend. One of these days I strive to join Floroma Town. You should! And if not Floroma Town, also, Pinecone, Allie Miller's stream team, has applications open right now until the end of June, I believe. And Pinecone and Floroma Town are kind of like sister teams. I don't know if that's like the right word. But they're a lot of the same people, a lot of the same interests. And Pinecone has a really good like motto, their acronym. Like the word Pinecone is an acronym for like positivity and inclusivity and nourishment and other letters that I can't remember. Empower is one of the E's. I'll have it memorized if I join the team. I applied. I haven't, you know, I won't hear for a while till the end of applications, but just so you guys know, they're open. Also, Charlie, can we get a shout out for Allie, please? Because she is streaming right now. She has a subathon going on right now, and she's an adorable bean. You applied? Good. Good. Pinecone is a really great team, and a lot of the people from Floroma Town are on Pinecone, since I said they're like sister teams. There's even a word for it. If you're on Floroma Town and Pinecone, you're called a Floromacone, which I keep running into things. Oh my god, which I think is super cute. So there you go. Please follow Allie Miller if you're not. She is the owner, the head honcho at Pinecone, and I love her. I embody many of the same values as Pinecone. Yeah, me too. And I love that on their application, they ask questions about the values and like how you as a streamer implement them in your daily life and as a streamer, like, and just even questions just like how you feel about like Black trans lives and things like that. Because I feel like sometimes, usually less so with stream teams and more so with brand partnerships, sometimes you get partnered up with the wrong streamer that just like does not fit the vibe at all. Like I know that there was a competitor to Advanced GG that was partnered with like a racist transphobe. And they might not have known when they partnered. It was just, you know, a big streamer, a big VTuber or something. But, you know, you don't want to accidentally partner with a transphobe when you have a bunch of trans people on your team or whatever. So I appreciate that Pinecone, like, goes the extra mile on their application to ask those questions about your values. Because I feel like a lot of teams don't ask questions like that. They're just like, oh, why do you want to be on the team? What do you stream? You know, really basic questions. But Pinecone is like, you know, what values do you hold and what do you stream and, you know, other stuff, which I think is really nice. It would be amazing to be a part of. It was definitely a very detailed application. I'm totally here for it. I was writing deadass paragraphs when I applied for Pinecone. I can't join, I don't stream. That's okay. It wouldn't really do you any good to join, considering it is only like a stream team. But a lot of the people that are on Pinecone are in, you know, other Discords, like Cat's Discord and Allie's Discord and stuff. So I think you can still make friends with the people on the team without, or just go to their streams and hang out. Robin started watching New Girl. Let's fucking go. I love New Girl. You just bought a pretty Starbucks cup. I have a pretty Starbucks cup. I got it from, thank you for the shiny, like, Astral. There used to be, well, there still is, but I don't go there anymore, a Starbucks on the college campus at the school I went to. And I had never really had Starbucks before college, or coffee at all, because I'm just not really a coffee drinker. So I appreciate it. Now, granted, I don't really support Starbucks. They're kind of, sus organization. They just implemented a weird new dress code that their baristas kind of walked out on. So I don't go to Starbucks anymore, but I did appreciate that they had a lot of fruity drinks that didn't have coffee in them. You could get like the strawberry lemonade refresher. You could get like frappuccinos, which are basically milkshakes. So I liked some of the drinks that they had, and I could get caffeine without having to drink coffee, which is what I get with Advanced GG now, is I think it's green tea caffeine that they put in the drinks, but they just released a new peach rings flavor, and we just got a tub of it, so I'm so excited for it to get here because I fucking love peach rings. So I'm excited I want to eat a peach ring and then drink the peach ring flavor like right back to back and see how true to candy flavor it is, but... I wrote mini essays in the Pinecone application. So did I. I was writing for so long. I put so much thought into that application. I was yapping on it. So I feel bad for Allie or whoever has to read that whole thing because it's it's an essay. But about Starbucks, I went on a tangent. At my college campus, there was a Starbucks in one of the main buildings, and they sold a couple of the like cute cups, so I started going there a lot because it was just like a good place to study, to like sit in a Starbucks and just like, you know, do your homework or whatever. So I started going a lot, and then you get like a discount if you bring your own cup, so I just started bringing my own cup. I have this beautiful Starbucks cup I got last year. Let me see if I can find it. I'll post it in the Discord. Yeah, mine's like green and like spiky and like kind of iridescent. I am so excited for it. Yeah. I call my Starbucks drink Wake Up Juice. It's just a pink drink with peach juice. Ooh, that does sound good. I like, I would probably do that, but instead of doing the pink drink, I would do the strawberry acai refresher with peach juice, because I do that. I get the strawberry acai refresher, but I sub the water for lemonade, and then you could get probably a splash of peach juice in there, too. You get to see my grandparents after your last final exam tomorrow? That's exciting! So, okay, wait, tomorrow. So they didn't end up both being on Tuesday. Because you said that if they were both on Tuesday, you wanted them to both be on Tuesday, but if they weren't, you said I was going to hear about it. So, is this me hearing about it? Because if you have one tomorrow, that is not Tuesday. But that does sound super good. We just support our more, like, local coffee shops these days. Instead of the big chain ones. They don't always have the same stuff, but you can usually get something good. There's a gluten-free bakery that we like to go to, and they have drinks as well. So we get drinks from there. Well, I hope that one today, one tomorrow. Well, I hope that the one today went well. I'm sorry that you have to do them on both days, but it'll be over before you know it, and then you'll be free. Free. But yeah, I'm very impatient about the Pinecone applications, but I'm trying not to be because I know that I applied at the beginning of the application window, and they're going to be open for like another month. And I have to be patient about it, but I'm not, and I won't be. But yeah, I'm glad that you applied. I'm telling Moth that they should apply because I think that they should. Because I think they embody a lot of the values of Pinecone as well. I also appreciate that the stream team color, one of their colors is green, because green is obviously my favorite color. So, because that was the one thing about Floromatown. It's like, I love Floromatown, but like the main color palette was like pink and purple, which I like purple, so I use the purple assets a lot. But I was like, pink's not my favorite color. So that's one of the good things. And the same thing with Egg Toast. Our brand colors are also pink and Egg Toast. I don't know how it happened. I like eggs and toast, which is why I applied for Egg Toast. And I didn't know that the brand color was going to be pink. But I love green. So I'm happy that green is a choice. I gotta swap these into my party. All right. Being chased. Cause fuck me, I guess. Yeah. I think today's went really well. I'm sure it did. I believe in you. I don't fit the Egg Toast team very well because my only art is scatter plots. Yeah, I am obviously also not an artist, so I am in awe of the art that people do on Egg Toast. But yeah, no, I am definitely only the streamer variant of Egg Toast, not the artist variant. Luckily, it's both. You don't have to be an artist to be on the team, and you don't have to be a streamer, which I actually like, that it's kind of you know, not all for streamers, because there are a lot of people that would like to like have the community of a stream team but don't actually stream. So I like that it's a good community for artists, because they also, you know, they share their art with each other and stuff like that. So you get the same order as me from there, but I add a splash of the mango dragon fruit base. Yeah. See, I would alternate my order at Starbucks. I would either get the pink drink, a strawberry acai refresher with lemonade, the dragon fruit mango refresher with lemonade, or I would get like there was a really good frappuccino. What was it? I think it was vanilla with raspberry syrup or something, or white chocolate. It was white chocolate with raspberry syrup. So it tasted like a white chocolate raspberry truffle. It was fucking delicious. It was basically just like a raspberry white chocolate milkshake, and it was fucking fantastic. So I got that a lot, or I would get like a strawberry frap or something. It depended on what I was in the mood for, if I wanted like a refresher or if I wanted a frap. But yeah, my go-to, definitely strawberry acai refresher or the white chocolate raspberry fucking frap, because that was delicious. Found it posted in pics and vids. Okay, I'll have to check it out. I love a good Starbucks cup. Charlie has a nice, like, off-brand Starbucks cup that's, like, from Five Below or something. It's, like, iridescent and, like, blue. It's very cool. Oh. Okay, I guess we're interacting with this Beavis now. Hello, sir. But, yeah. I do low-key miss my Starbucks order, but maybe if they can have less shitty business practices, I'll go back. Mine's a strawberry acai with lemonade, peach juice, and a splash of mango dragon fruit. Nice. Yeah, no, that sounds really good. I know Charlie kind of found out that they like dragon fruit semi-recently. Like, since we've been together, I started giving them, like, dragon fruit drinks and things, and they were like, I really like dragon fruit. I don't know if they're supposed to have dragon fruit because of their gastroparesis, but if it's, like, blended into a drink, it's okay. Dragon fruit, yummy. Yeah, so you've learned. Like, I like dragon fruit. It's fine. It's definitely not my favorite fruit, but, like, I do think that dragon fruit, like, drinks are yummy. But Charlie, like, really had, like, an awakening when they had a dragon fruit drink for the first time. They were like, this is really good. You'd love our Starbucks. We're friends with a lot of the baristas at ours. Well, I love the baristas at Starbucks. Like, 9 times out of 10, the barista I have at Starbucks is good. I had one named Soup one time, and I loved Soup. It's the corporate. That's the problem. The corporate at Starbucks is, like, I don't even know. They're just, like, they just don't give a shit about their employees, which is so weird because they actually have good benefits. From what I've heard, like, they're supportive of, like, trans people and queer people, and, like, they have decent health benefits for their full-timers. So it's weird that at the same time, they, like, don't want their employees to be in unions and, like, enforce this weird dress code where they can only wear black now, when it's like they have an apron, so who cares what they're wearing under the apron? I don't know. It's so weird. I had an epiphany. Yeah. Holy fuck. Hershey's Kisses Cinnamon Toast Crunch flavor? Of what? Oh, like a Hershey's Kisses Cinnamon Toast Crunch flavor? So like the cereal Cinnamon Toast Crunch, but it has a like a chocolate flavor? That's cool. Dragon fruit has a lot of health benefits. It does, yeah. I think it's one of the healthier fruits. I mean, all fruit is healthy. People piss me off when they're like, fruit has sugar, so it's not healthy. Shut the fuck up. Unless you have diabetes, you do not need to worry about the sugar content in fruit. I will kill you. Fruit is, like, it's, like, literally natural. Like, the sugar is natural. There's no reason to complain about the sugar content in fruit unless you have, like, a problem with blood sugar. But yeah, dragon fruit actually, it's like how carrots help with your eyes. Dragon fruit helps with, like, stuff. Yeah, fruit is nature's candy. Exactly. Like, why do you think all of the candies are fruit flavored? We like fruit. Like, there's so much strawberry flavored candy, blue raspberry, which is just raspberry colored blue. Like green apple, you know, grape. All of these are fruit flavored things. So, like, the chocolate can't... Oh, other way around. So it's a Cinnamon Toast flavored Hershey's Kiss. Not a Hershey's Kiss flavored Cinnamon Toast Crunch. That makes more sense, but I don't know how to read. I have Cinnamon Toast Crunch, the cereal, in our pantry. I got a big box from Costco. I like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I'm a big cereal girly. In general, I'm a big breakfast girly. Breakfast foods are my actual favorite foods. Like, I love eggs. I love, like, pastries, baked goods, like pancakes, waffles. Oh, Charlie, we should get toaster waffles at Trader Joe's if they have gluten-free ones. We're going to Trader Joe's tomorrow, which is not where we normally shop. But there's a Trader Joe's near the restaurant we're going to eat at tomorrow. And we need a couple of things from the grocery store. So we decided we were going to go to Trader Joe's and see what they have. Because I've heard they have gluten-free stuff. Breakfast food is so delicious. It's literally the best. Give me all of the passion fruit and guava. Ooh, yes. Passion fruit... Honestly, passion fruit and guava, I feel okay about. Like, I don't feel particularly positively or negatively about either of those fruits, I think. I know that Laura Sweet Kicks, who rated us last time, she has her own flavor of Advanced GG, because she's, like, a partner with them. And hers is, like, guava berry or something. Apparently it's really good. I haven't had it, but I want to get it. Oh, there's a chickie. But yeah. I just love fruit. I'm a big fruit guy and a big breakfast person guy. I love breakfast food guy. I used to get like a yogurt parfait all the time from McDonald's growing up. Like if we ever stopped at a McDonald's on a road trip, I would always get a yogurt parfait and like a bagel. That was like my go-to order. That or like an egg and cheese McMuffin. One of the two. But I would always get a parfait with it. Fruity ass bitch. Yeah, I'm gay and I like fruit. Used to devour guavas when I would visit my folks in Mexico. I love the use of the word devour there. Because I'm just imagining you just taking like a guava and just like... which I know is probably not what you mean. But like... I don't know that I've ever just eaten straight guava. I feel like I've had it in stuff, but I don't think I've ever just like put guava into my mouth alone. Guava is sweet. I've had a guava juice before. My dad loves guava juice. I should try guava. I don't... Like I said, I've only had it in stuff, so I don't think I could discern the flavor profile of it by itself. I feel like I've had it in a smoothie before. Like, you know, guava mixed with other stuff in a smoothie, or, you know, things like that. Sadly, you can't because the seeds are so hard and plentiful. Oh, no. So, how do you... You have to scoop it out. Okay, I was about to say, I was like, so then what do you do? Okay, that checks out. You gotta scoop it. I like that for it. Just scoop the guava out. It's giving avocado vibes, because you kind of have to, like, scoop the avocado out of the... You eat the outer part? Oh, so it's a reverse avocado. You scoop out the seeds and then eat the outside part. Okay, reverse avocado. Got it. If anybody asks me what a guava is, I'll just say it's a reverse avocado. And the rest you could strain. I want fruits now. Avocado's delicious. Avocado is delicious. I love guacamole. I didn't know that I liked guacamole for a long time as a kid because I didn't know what the fuck it was. I could never afford to get guac on my Mexican food because it's an additional charge. So I didn't grow up eating guac until I started going to Chipotle. And even still, there's an extra charge at Chipotle. So I only started getting it when I had dining dollars at my university that I could use at Chipotle. Because then I was like, well, what do I care if it costs extra? It's all dining dollars, so it doesn't matter. So I would start getting guac on things, and I was like, oh my god, guacamole is amazing. Avocados are so expensive here, especially now. Oh yeah, with tariffs and shit. Like, well, I guess Do the tariffs work on you if you live in Canada? Because we're putting a tariff on them and they give avocados to us. But you guys don't have a tariff on them, so you should be able to get avocados, no? Or is it just the production in general because our tariffs are just fucking everybody over, right? That's what I've gathered. I mean, because, you know, tariffs bad, but... You know, Trump's administration did actually one good thing for the first time ever. They signed into law that bill about, like, AI generated or, like, revenge porn being, like, illegal. Which it should be, because you should not be able to, like, AI generate somebody naked and, like, ruin their life or, like, get them fired from their job or whatever. And, like, I assume this wasn't his idea. Actually, I know it wasn't. But just something that landed on his desk that he actually didn't decide to not sign. So... I saw that news, and, like, every time I see a headline that's like, Trump signed into law, I'm always, like, holding my breath. But to see that it was actually something not terrible for the first time in this administration, I was actually happy. Like, I'm not giving Trump any credit or anything. Like I said, it wasn't his idea, but they didn't shoot it down. So, one good thing happened. We've counter-tariffed the US, right? Yeah. But we're not the ones making the avocados, right? We're getting them from, like, Mexico or something. I saw that and I was like, how did they do something actually beneficial? I don't know. I don't know, but I'm just letting it happen. Doesn't California grow them? Oh, baby. Perhaps. I used to remember seeing a post that was like, your avocados are going to be more expensive with the tariffs because I thought we were getting them from, like, South America or something, or Mexico or something, but maybe not. Maybe we're getting them from California. But then why would they be more expensive? Because we wouldn't put a tariff on ourselves. It's both? Okay. I was like, I don't know. California and elsewhere. So maybe we're trying to, like, aim all of our avocado production into California, but maybe Canada's getting them from California because it's closer. And that's why the tariffs are a problem, because you're getting them from California. I don't know, whatever. Trump's the worst. Obviously. Clearly. Why is my lighting weird? I think I moved my lights a little bit the other day, and I feel like I fucked it up. I feel like it's not hitting me quite right. Is that better? Maybe it is. Avocados from Mexico. Yeah. They're like $2 each. That's fucking crazy. Oh, okay, this is gonna be $9.69. That's a good number, 969. Come on. Show me a shiny chickie for number 69. Damn it. So I can't afford them. Well, yeah, if they're $2 each, I went... Oh god, the thing went off. Okay, fuck. We gotta go fast.
How much money do you have? 69 cents.
We gotta go fast, we gotta go fast, we gotta go fast.
I don't have enough money for chicken.
Alright, this will be 970, just in case I click through it too fast. We're gonna keep counting. This is 970. Did it go up? It didn't. Okay. Well, we know that that was 70. And then this is 71. Okay, there we go. Alright. Said something good may happen, so let's hope that something good happens. I keep getting those avocados from Mexico ads on my, like, streaming services, because my streaming services have ads now. My Hulu and Peacock both have ads. I think the only thing I have without ads is Netflix, and I'm like, and Dropout. And I hate that so much. Why does my streaming service have ads? The point of streaming service was so that I didn't have cable and so that I didn't have ads. And now I'm getting ads. But I keep getting the avocados from Mexico ads. Hopefully this tariff thing will fizzle out and people will realize that he's a fucking moron for trying to implement those because it doesn't make anything any easier for anybody. And then we'll get to pay for avocados a regular amount now. But they need to profit? Yeah. We've seen that ad a lot. Yeah. The one where it's like, with the like work guys and they're like, we just burst the water main or something. And they're like, huh? And then he has like a plate of avocados. I keep getting that ad. I don't know. We keep getting the same ads over and over again because Peacock, I guess, just only can cycle through the same few ads. So I have seen the SNL 50 Capital One ad like 1,000 times. I could probably recite that commercial at this point. Like, I have seen it so many fucking times. Because the guy's like, what's in your wallet? And then the twos like start pulling stuff out of their wallet and they're like, oh, I have a coupon for this. And I have, you know, I have a card with my blood type on it. And I'm like, oh my god. I might gain 300 pounds. These Hershey's Kisses are delicious. Oh my god, don't eat too many of them. Alright. Should we check the Crawdont? We'll check him, just in case. Show us your sweet buttery buns now, Sam. Yeah, I think about that all the time. Because it's like, the screen like changes at that point and it's like on the Capital One ad. And then it's just like playing behind it. So it's always just like in the back of my head. I'm just like, show us your sweet buttery buns. It's so fucking funny. I mean, like, the ad itself isn't that funny. But when you see it 1,000 times, it like, it becomes funny just because of how much you've seen it. Like, the actual jokes in the ad have lost their humor, but just there's humor in having the advertisement memorized. Did not mean to run into this guy. Wrong gen, motherfucker. Okay. Can I please get a shiny Chikorita? I have other stream plans I would like to move on to. I have other shiny hunts that I was gonna do this month. And if I... Oh, there goes the whistle. But I think we're already in. I don't know. The screen was black when it blew, so I'm not sure, but... We'll check anyway. Is Candy Store playing right now? I like. Kicking nerds in the nose. Alright, there were no chickies in here anyway, so it didn't matter. Boo! Whoa. Like I said, this playlist has a lot on it. Candy store, prove you're not all right. Say goodbye to Shamu. Tell in the end she would leave you to rot. Fine, go braid your hair. R.I.P. Sesame Street. Only there are a few people who have experimented with growing avocados in areas like Seattle and Vancouver. That feels a little bit north for avocados, but I mean, like, obviously I'm wrong, so I'm not even going to say correct me if I'm wrong. But in my head, I feel like you should be able to grow anything as long as you create the conditions for it. Like, if you had a greenhouse and it was like the right temperature and the right soil and like the right, you know, moisture conditions and everything like that, like, wouldn't you be able to like theoretically grow anything? Like that movie where the guy goes to Mars and grows weird potatoes. Or like in Stardew Valley, you can put stuff in your greenhouse and you can grow it in the winter. I feel like if you like artificially create the right like conditions, you should be able to grow anything anywhere. But clearly, if that was the case, people would just be doing that. So, but like, I don't know, just like put the soil from Mexico or California or wherever the avocados are growing, just put that in Seattle. Oh, you're talking about outside? I see. Well, yeah. Impossible unless you get a cold winter. The number of frosty days in Vancouver are few. That's good at least. I mean, you know, you gotta be able to innovate, I guess, if avocados are gonna be so expensive to get them from here, you gotta start growing them in Canada. It's so stupid. Canada should focus on the real important things, like poutine. I've never had real poutine, and I want to. That's Canadian propaganda I will fall for. I've heard other Americans say it's not actually that good, but I actually don't care. Because... this is a really stupid reason to want to try poutine, but it is genuinely the reason. I wish Tori was still here because she would feel me on this. But my friend B, don't pronounce it like that in Quebec though. They will send you home. How is it supposed to be pronounced? I thought poutine was right. I thought that was the Canadian way. How are you supposed to pronounce it? Because I thought I was pronouncing it wrong before. I used to not pronounce it like poutine, and then I was told to pronounce it like poutine. Yeah, wait, I thought that was the right way, because I used to pronounce it differently. Now I'm confused. But, my friend B in middle school, she was writing this fan fiction that was a self-insert. I'm putting her on blast right now. It was a self-insert Bayesian Canadian fan fiction. Sorry, it just was. And, my communication was interrupted. No! What? Why? Why was my communication interrupted? Yeah, I'm gonna try to go up and come back down. So in the fan fiction, she and Mitch are having poutine together, and my friend B is a really good writer. She has a webcomic that she wrote and illustrated herself because she's incredible. And it's actually a physical comic now too because she got it printed. But that's tangent. Anyway, she's a good writer. No, not local. Wait, no. She's a good writer, and the way that she described poutine just, like, made it sound really good. And ever since then, I've been like, I want to have poutine. And so one time, we, like, made it ourselves, kind of, based on our understanding of what it was made of. But I want to have, like, real, like, from Canada poutine, like, made the way that the Canadians intended. Okay. Charlie, what's the number where you are? 6. Ugh, I'm at 7. Okay. Try to go up and come back down. I'm navigating. I'm navigating. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm getting a message. One sec. Okay. We have a lot of dog sittings coming up because it's the summertime, so everybody and their mother is going away and needs someone to sit there for their dogs. So it's good because, you know, we need the money, but hopefully I won't need the money as much anymore with the new job I'm hoping to get, but we'll see. It's more like poutine? Poutine? Throwing like a Z sound at me there. I mean, I took French in school, but okay, wait, Charlie, is this where you are? Is this your base still? Yes, okay. Huh. Poutine. 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 Am I doing it at all? Do I have to, like... This is Italian, never mind. Oui, baguette. Poutine. I had it the first time, actually? Wow. So it's, like, really like a Z sound. Poutine. Canadians are weird. Either way, I want to have it. Halfway between S and Z. Weird. Considering that letter is not in there. Because what is it actually? Because is there gravy on it? I would have to do it like with like vegetarian gravy, which is fine because that exists, but like, because my understanding is that it's like French fries and like toppings. Gravy and cheese curds on fries. Okay. All right. Yeah. So if I did it with vegetarian gravy, I could have it. Sure. Are there, like, other alternate forms? The cheese curds are required. Well, yeah, obviously. Otherwise, it's just French fries with gravy on it. Yeah. Because I was gonna ask, like, are there, like, variations on it where, like, that sounds like a pretty savory version. Is there a way to make, like, a sweet poutine, or is that just, like, not a concept? Because I feel like in B's writing, granted she was 12, that it sounded like almost, I don't want to say sweet, like sweet, but like, I don't know. Or is it just always just like French fries, gravy, cheese curds, and that's it? There's nothing else. Are there alternate topping options? Either way, I want to try it. I want to try all the versions. I like French fries, and I like putting regular cheese on French fries. That's an American classic. Cheese fries. So, traditional poutine is gravy, cheese curd, and fries. There are all sorts of places that do, like, fusion poutine, but they don't like that. Okay. That makes sense. Because I feel like I heard of a version that was, like, more sweet than savory. Like, instead of gravy, it was, like, some kind of syrup or something. I mean, I guess Canadian, like, it would make sense to do, like, maple syrup or something. And then instead of like fries, I guess it would still be fries. But like make like a breakfasty or like a desserty version where it's like maple syrup or something. That's probably gross. I don't know. But just like swap out the gravy for something different. But I could see how the traditionalists would not enjoy that. Is there a reason that's like the, for lack of a better word, like the national dish of Canada? Like why? Because I feel like when people think of America and think of like American food, you think like cheeseburgers and hot dogs and French fries, which is like totally true. And then when you think of like French cuisine, you're thinking of like baguette and like macaron and, you know, French pastries and things like that. When you think of Italy, you think of pasta and pizza and, you know, all the Italian classics. But like, I feel like it's not actually associated, well, not associated, but like, it's not the thing that you necessarily think of when you think of Canada, but it's also like simultaneously the thing that everybody talks about. That's the thing it isn't. It's a famous dish from Quebec, but it's very regional. Yeah, so it's more of a Quebec thing. Which, I don't even think I knew that. Which I think makes it make even less sense in the context of B's story, because isn't Beijing Canadian not from Quebec? But, well, maybe he is. I don't know. He's got Canadian right there in the name. But, okay, so what is a more traditional Canadian food than poutine, if that's a Quebec thing? Then, like, what do you eat in Toronto? Like, what's the big Canadian food where you're from? Well, I know you're actually from the more West Coast, but, like, from where you live now, like, what's the Canadian thing there? Because in England, it's, like, fish and chips and beans on toast and whatever British people eat. I don't know, British people are fucking nasty. But when I think of Canada, I pretty much only think of poutine food-wise. I don't think I think of anything else. Maple syrup, I guess. But that's not really a food as much as it's, like, a topping. It's like ketchup. But I think the maple syrup thing is more just because that's, like, one of your main exports, not because it's, like a national food. Technically, the dishes of indigenous communities would be the real Canadian dishes. Well, that's true, right? Like, technically American food would be Native American food, right? Like, what even is Native American food? I don't even know. I saw a TikTok about this not that long ago. It's like, you've been to a Mexican restaurant, you've been to an Italian restaurant, but have you been to a Native American restaurant? And I was like, honestly, no. I don't even know what a Native American restaurant would serve. I just got Indian food the other day, and, like, I don't go to Indian places all that much. I get Thai food all the time. I'm getting Thai food tomorrow. But, like, what? When I think of Native American food, I just think of, like, Thanksgiving. Like, just fucking corn. Which I know is not right, but I feel like they were probably, like, mostly eating, like, animals, like skinning buffalo and shit. But I don't know. I guess it's hard because it's like, I would want to say, like, oh, I wonder what, like, the modern day Native American food would be. But we didn't really give Native Americans a chance to be modern day. Like, I feel like all of the Native American populations are, like, kind of sequestered in their tribes. And, like, there's not as many, like, modern takes on, like, Native American cuisine. Otherwise, I would have heard about it. Otherwise, it's just whatever the colonists brought over here. Yeah, and the colonists are just French, right? And, like, English and shit, so I guess all the traditional food of Canada is just all the traditional food of France. But then poutine just, like, appeared. Whose idea was that? To put fucking gravy on French fries. Like, it makes sense, because you put, like, gravy on mashed potatoes, and French fries are just potatoes, but... somebody had to make the active choice to do that. Yeah, there's a reason no one knows what indigenous food is, and it's a very dark history. Yeah, I'm sure. Everything I ever learn about, like, colonialism and, like, what's the word? Colonization, but that's not the word I'm looking for. What's the word for when England, like, stole countries in Africa and shit? Whatever. Whenever I learn about shit like that, I'm always just like... large sigh. Imperialism, thank you. Yeah. I couldn't find the word. It was in there somewhere. But yeah, everything I learn about, like, colonization and imperialism pisses me off. Every time I think about the fact that when we were kids, we were like, Christopher Columbus discovered America, and it's like, fuck off. Christopher Columbus sucks booty cheeks. You know who I fuck with? The Vikings. The Vikings, you know, they found land, and then they said to themselves, wouldn't it be funny if we named this land the opposite of what it is? Vikings are so fucking funny. What pranksters. And we still call it Greenland. It's not green at all. Fucking love Vikings. I wish the Vikings had been the ones to come to America. Can you imagine if instead of, like, British colonizers and, like, Spanish colonizers and stuff, we were colonized by fucking Vikings? America would be so different. It would be crazy. What's Viking food, do we think? What did the Vikings eat? Couldn't tell you. Don't know. We don't really have Vikings anymore. And pirates. Like, I know there are technically still pirates, but like not like in the old days. Not like there used to be. I want there to be Vikings and pirates again. I probably don't, but I think Vikings would be cool. I like their pointy hats. Alright. We're closing in quickly on 1,000 here. We have less than 20 eggs to go. We're gonna hit 1024, which is like 1/4 of our encounter odds and double our egg odds, but it's like combined. I don't know how to do the math. Like, I don't know. It's like, we'll be under odds for encounters, but over odds for eggs. So I don't know what you call that. Sorry, my forehead is just like itchy and I keep moving the hair out of the way and like trying to scratch it. Fun fact, Lons Meadow is a famous historical Norse settlement and there's history of Vikings from like 1,000 years ago. That's fucking sick. I want to go there. Norse is Viking. Yeah. Nordic stuff is so cool. When I was in high school, I was super into Skam, which is this like Norwegian like high school drama show. And then they made like a million different iterations of it in like every language. There's like a French Skam, there's an American Skam, which like kind of sucks and it's like set in Texas. There's like an Italian Skam, which is actually pretty good. The French Skam's pretty good too. There's a Deutsch Scam. Basically, they just made it in a bunch of different languages. But the original is in Norwegian. And first of all, the Norwegian cast is fucking beautiful. They're like anybody from like Sweden, Norway, Switzerland, like well, not really Switzerland, I guess that's closer to Germany, but anybody from those like Netherlandy, Nordic-y like countries are like tall, blonde, and handsome. Like they're all so fucking pretty, it's actually nuts. Which was like definitely half the appeal of the show, because I don't fucking speak Norwegian, so I was watching that shit with subtitles, but I would just look at Nora and be like the whole show. But yeah, I think that like if I could live anywhere that wasn't like LA, because that's like where I actually will probably logistically want to live for my job, but if I could just like live anywhere, I would probably want to live in like a Nordic or like Netherlandy country, like Denmark or something. Because first of all, those countries are like hella safe to live in. They have like no crime, universal health care, you know, all these things. And there's just a bunch of tall, blonde, hot people running around. Our friend's fiance is Norse pagan. This is true. Yeah, is that like witchery for Vikings to be Norse pagan? Like witches, but if they were also Vikings. Witch Vikings. Witch Vikings would be fucking sick. Kinda? Hell yeah. I'm just imagining a witch, but with like a combination witch hat, Viking hat. Like it's a witch hat in the middle, but it's got the little Viking like spikes on the sides. That'd be sick. Doe, why are we rolling around? Oh man, I ran away from him. Motherfucker. Trico's gonna piss me off today. Little bitch. What's his deal? I found chills in my bones. The 10-year anniversary of Blurryface was this past week, and the eyeball on their profile picture is like slowly closing. We think it's going to be fully closed tomorrow, which would make sense because it's the anniversary of Scaled and Icy, their second most recent album. And on Scaled and Icy, there's a song called Saturday where they say not a sound on Wednesday. And tomorrow's going to be Wednesday, and the eyeball is going to be closed. Big brain. But also Rock Sound released a 10-year anniversary, like, Blurryface cover album, like the one that they did for the Black Parade, where 21 Pilots covered Cancer. And there was a lot of really cool artists on the Blurryface cover album. But also, they still have not put Regional at Best on streaming. I like rolling around. Okay, as long as you're rolling around for fun. I didn't know if it was like a good rolling around or a bad rolling around. Because sometimes people like roll around on the floor in like agony of some kind. So I just wanted to make sure you weren't in agony of some kind. But a lot of people are making connections to self-titled this album from the newest lore in Clancy, because somehow, some way, they're like canonizing the Forest fic, and I don't know if they're doing it on purpose or not. But the Forest fic is a really famous fan fiction in the 21 Pilots fandom in the clique, where basically the whole thing is that like Josh is a figment of Tyler's imagination, and like Torchbearer, there's like a real Torchbearer and a fake Torchbearer, and Tyler's been running around, or Clancy rather, has been running around with the fake Torchbearer for like half of what we see on Trench, which turned out to be true, and he is like a figment of his imagination. So that's fucked up. But they also revealed lore recently, I guess 21 Pilot spoilers, that Torchbearer and Clancy might be brothers. And if that's true, now they're going against everything the Forest Fic stands for. Because in the Forest Fic, Clancy and Torchbearer are obviously lovers, not brothers. So if they're brothers and not lovers, that's gonna really, really throw a wrench in a lot of the fan art people have been making. You watched Tsunami shows on Saturday and it was good? Let's fucking go. I'm glad. You saw that? I don't know how to react to that news. I simply refuse to believe that they're brothers. Because I know that Josh and Tyler call themselves brothers and see themselves as brothers. And, like, for sure. But Clancy and Torchbearer are not brothers. It makes so much more sense for the storyline for them to be lovers instead of brothers. Because otherwise, like, they would have had to they would have met prior to the events of Trench. They would have been, I mean, they would be brothers rather than, like, Josh meets Tyler and saves him, which is more accurate to, you know, the one-to-one, like, you know, connections we're making here. I don't know. Unless he didn't know he had a brother. I mean, I guess, but even still, it's like Luke and Leia, dog. Like, they didn't know they were twins and then they kissed kind of action. Like, it's been a little bit too horny, in my opinion, for them to be brothers all of a sudden. Like, you have to reshape everything that you think about Clancy and Torchbearer to picture them as brothers rather than lovers. It's kind of fucked up. Okay, I have an ad coming up, but we're at 36 out of 40, so I'm going to try to force the shiny time to happen before the ad, if I can. It looks like we're already at 37, so let me see if I can just grab a Doug Trio or something. Okay, a singular Diglett will do. Charlie, can you see if there's like a Diglett right there for you? I know you're working on crochet or homework or something, but if you have a second. Just so that I can get in the time before the ad. It's like how One Piece fans ship it in despite them basically being twin brothers. Oh no. Or the Hitachi twins in Ouran High School Host Club. Yeah, I know that there's twincest in that show. That's what I've heard, is that there's a little bit of incest there. I don't know about the One Piece one, but I did know about the Ouran High School Host Club one. Because, like, obviously it's a little bit different with the Clancy lore, because I think we were projecting... Oh, there we go, okay. I think we were projecting something they weren't necessarily putting down. But, like, people ship Joshler in real life, which is obviously not a real thing because they're both, like, married and Tyler has kids. But, you know, bromance is real, and it made sense in the context of Clancy to have their relationship be deeper than, you know, a platonic thing. And I guess being brothers is deeper than platonic. I think we were just hoping they'd go the other route. Because they joke all the time about being gay for each other and being boyfriends. Like, Tyler makes that joke all the time. So it would only make sense for him to commit to the bit and make them gay lovers in the context of the story. Like, it just would be the perfect opportunity for them to feed Joshler fans, while not actually giving us, you know, any real Joshler, but just giving it to us in the form of Clancy and Torchbearer. So, I think they're fucking with us, to be honest. To make them brothers is completely fucking with us. They're like queer baiting, but not queer baiting. They're like doing that shit to us on purpose. Which is fine. Whatever. But I am taking it personally. I'm seeing some vids of them as a ship or them being shipped with Sanji. Yeah, I mean, because here's the thing. It's like... there are two wolves inside of me, right? The one wolf is like, people should be able to ship whatever they want as long as they're fictional characters or they're like keeping it to themselves, right? Like you can ship somebody in your head that maybe isn't like, you can ship real people in your head, but maybe don't like write fan fiction about real people or like make edits of them. But with characters, it's like pretty much, hello? Oh. But like with characters, I feel like pretty much anything is fair game. But then there's a second wolf that's like, okay, no, people can't ship whatever they want because then people are going to be shipping minors with adults or shipping brothers together or just otherwise creating inappropriate ships. But like, it's like they're fictional characters, so their feelings can't be hurt by being fictionally shipped with their fictional brother or whatever. I still feel like shipping minors with adults is wrong no matter what, because I feel like you're just creating like a bad precedent, right? You're just kind of promoting pedophilia for no reason. And I guess the same could be true about incest, but I guess if it's fake incest, like, I don't know. That's the kind of thing where I still feel like, I don't know, just keep it to yourself, I guess. Because I want people to have freedom of speech, right? To be able to ship whoever they want to ship. But I also think it's fair to be like, no, that's gross, if people are shipping people in a way that's gross. I don't know. I think you shouldn't ship real people. I think Dan and Phil taught us that, right? But that's why I think it was okay to ship Torchbearer and Clancy rather than shipping Josh and Tyler, because Josh and Tyler are real people, but Clancy and Torchbearer are not real people. So it's like, I don't know. Basically, yeah, believe me, I've seen hate on the vid, it says on the title of the vid, so why are you even there if you don't like it? Yeah, exactly. It's like, if you really want to write a fan fiction where the characters that are brothers are gay for each other, like, I guess it's not hurting anybody. I don't know. It's hard to say. Because my whole thing is you can do anything you want as long as you're not hurting people, but my problem is I don't necessarily know where the line of hurting people is. Because I feel like shipping an adult character with a minor character is hurting people, even though it's not the characters they're hurting, but it's just, like, not a good precedent for the community or for pedophilia at large. But I've said this before, and this is a crazy take to have 10 seconds before the ad is about to play, but, like, I think in some contexts that incest can be okay, depending on what we're talking about. Like, lesbians who didn't know that they were half-sisters because their dads were sperm donors, and then they started dating and then took a DNA test and found out halfway through their relationship that they were siblings, but they're lesbians, so they're not going to produce offspring together anyway, so, like, maybe it's okay, but maybe it isn't, and it's still kind of weird, and it's kind of gross, but if they're okay with it, then, like, what do we care? I don't know. Ad's coming up, so get yourself something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, do your checks, pay your loan. Don't think too hard about anything I just said. And, I'll see you guys on the other side once I finish this lap. But yeah, I'm sure it's a big controversy in the cosplay and anime community. Like, it doesn't surprise me at all. Because it's hard. Like, I think it's a gray area. And I think in some cases it's okay, and in some cases it isn't. Alright, ad time. BRB!
how much money do you have?
Like
69 cents. You know what that means.
I don't have enough money for chicken nuggets.
Elpis, thank you so much for the raid. Sorry, I was microwaving soup. Welcome in, gamers. Let me see how everybody is doing. Let me see. Scroll up. Okay. Elpis. Your PC crashed. Oh no. It's okay. We're good now. We're good. Good soup. I hope so. Turtles need a heat lamp for... What did I miss? Why are we talking about turtles? What happened while I was gone? Let me see how the checks went. 62% gay, 69% froggy, 54% gay, 12% eepy, 87% smelly, 69% cute, 99% cute for dough. Let's freaking go. 60% smelly. How rude. Oh, you guys going for the... Oh my god, I love the Charge-A-Bug, the rainbow one. That's great. Oh, here. Anybody here an electrician or know shit about turtles? I work at a pet store and a guy has questions about turtles. We don't sell turtles. Oh no. Questions? You don't sell turtles and they want answers for their questions? We sell turtle supplies. But I don't know the water temperature or if turtles need bright lights or heat lamps. Yeah, I don't know. We had a lizard that needed a heat lamp, but I don't know about turtles. I'm so lost in life. Real. But anyway, Elpis, thank you so much for the raid, and raiders, welcome in. If you guys don't know me, my name is Ty. My pronouns are they, them, and I am a variety, but mostly Pokemon streamer here on Twitch. If you're not following Elpis and you're from my community, please go do so. What were you guys doing? I think you said horror game. How was it? I hope you guys had a good stream. We are currently looking for Chikorita for Chikorita Tuesday. And not having the most luck, but we're almost at 1,000 chickies. So maybe the raid will bring that shiny luck and we'll get a shiny chickie. Hopefully. But yeah, if you guys do need a raid and run or raid and rest, I totally understand. Definitely take care of yourself. Hot people, raid and rest. But if you want to hang out and lurk or yap, I would love to have y'all. I love the game. It's where you play a radio telescope operator. Ooh, that is cool. I know that Moth wants to play more horror games for their stream and just kind of haven't gotten around to it. So put that one on your list, Moth. Because you have your little scared expression that you can do. So you can put it into action. The heat lamp is for basking. Turtles are cold-blooded reptiles. They rely on their environment to regulate their body temperature. Works over anyway. That's tomorrow's problem. I mean, he can't expect you guys to know, like... Oh, that guy was hiding. He can't expect you to know, like, everything about every animal. Like... You know, I'm sure you're trained a bit to be a pet store employee, but, like, they're probably not paying you enough to know, like, all the ins and outs of every animal ever. Like, you don't have a degree in animal. It's free. I recommend donating because it's so fun, but not necessary. Oh, that's good, because I know, like... I think one of the barriers to playing a lot of horror games is, like, the price point, so I think, you know, if you can play it for free, but then just, like, you know, drop a little donation to the creator, that's a good way to support indie games, and also get to play something on stream and get them a little bit of, you know, exposure for the game and stuff. Never mind that I watch Snake Discovery on YouTube. Yeah, we need Turtle Discovery. For that guy. I feel like that's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's one thing to, like, ask a pet store employee a question, but also, like, if you're gonna have a turtle, you gotta do your own research. Like, you should not take a pet store employee's word for it. Like, you should be getting, like, a pamphlet and, like, you know, I hate that I just said that word. I hate that word. But you should be getting, like, a brochure with all of the information. Like, you should be doing research. Because, like, I think one of the reasons that my brother's lizard, like, didn't live as long as it could have, and definitely the reason my frogs didn't live as long as they could have, was, like, we did, like, some research, but probably not, like, enough. New England is too hot nowadays. Oh my god, it's so hot here. Our AC was, like, not working for, like, a week. And it was so warm. We literally just got it fixed yesterday. But it was, like, 80-something degrees the day of Robin's graduation. And we were not having it. Luckily, it rained and it cooled off. But, like, the beginning of the day, it was hot. So, yeah, I can't imagine being norther or souther of here, to be honest. Because I feel like either way, it gets hotter from here. It was almost 90 that one day. Yeah. That's why I said 80-something degrees. Because I knew it was, like, just below 90. Snake Discovery isn't just about snakes, despite what the name of the channel implies. They just talk about all kinds of reptiles. No, I figure. Yeah. I'm more of an amphibian girly, if you can't tell by my love of frogs and axolotls, which are both amphibians. Like, I fuck with reptiles, but, like, not nearly as much. I like that amphibians are squishy. Reptiles are more, like, crunchy, if that makes sense. Or more, like, rough around the edges. But, yeah. They have frogs, too? Hell yeah! I love frogs! My only concern about, like, reptile shows and, like, frogs and stuff is that sometimes snakes eat frogs, and I don't want to watch that. That makes me sad. I don't like that frogs are anybody's prey. That's why I really like poisonous frogs, because then they don't get eaten. And if they do, then that sucks for the animal that eats it. But yeah, I prefer when frogs are not consumed by other animals. That's how I like it. Change your mind. Here's how we do. But yeah, I love like the like Discovery Channel like animal documentaries. I used to watch those a lot when I was younger, not so much anymore, but if I come across one, like, I will look disrespectfully at it. I like how they've made documentary style like videos like that, but about Pokemon. Like there's one about like Doduo. And then there's one about, like, Snom. Don't tell Ty about the French eating frogs. Yeah. When I found out as a kid that frog legs was a thing that some people ate in certain cultures, I'm pretty sure I just started bawling my eyes out. I was like, why would you do that? And then they were like, oh, it tastes like chicken. Fuck you. There's literally no reason. None. No reason to do that. They feed your exes to their reptiles on Valentine's Day? Fuck yeah. I love those shows as a kid. They're like, I mean, listen, when you like don't know anything about anything, they're like so entertaining. I don't really, honestly, because listen, the reason that I'm vegetarian is not usually about, like, animals having, like, souls or, you know, anything like that or feeling pain. Like, that's not so much my concern because animals eat other animals in the wild, right? Like, I know that some animals are just meant to be eaten. That's how the food chain works, right? But more so with the animal cruelty that's done by humans and just the like overcrowding and, you know, the water usage really is my main concern, is like the environmental concerns with especially like the beef industry. That's the biggest one. Beef and eggs. I still eat eggs just because that's like one of my only sources of protein. But the beef industry really like uses a lot of water. So that's like kind of the main reason that I went vegetarian was for like environmental reasons, because I'm a big like you know, climate change. I almost said enthusiast. I'm not enthusiastic about climate change. I'm enthusiastic about stopping climate change, or at least, you know, slowing it down and helping reverse it. But as far as animals go, I would really only eat like a few animals as a kid. I would not eat pigs. I would eat chicken and turkey, and I would eat beef. I would not eat fish. And I definitely wouldn't eat like any other like weird animal. Like my brother, I think he's had like veal before, and I think Charlie said they've had buffalo before. Like in my head, those are just not edible animals. Like deer, yeah, because like they get eaten a lot in the wild by like, you know, lions and shit. But like in my head, you should not be able to eat bison. Okay, whatever. Bison, buffalo, similar concept. Either way, I think neither of those animals should be consumed. I also don't really fuck with, like, goat cheese. Not because I necessarily don't think that goat cheese is good, but just because it's, like, it just doesn't, it feels wrong to me. Because it's coming from a goat, which in my head is not an edible animal. So I don't want to eat goat or goat cheese. And so in that same vein, frogs are not edible animals in my head. Like, they should not, under any circumstances, be consumed. Not by other animals or by people. I just don't think we should eat them. So many of them are poisonous, and the ones that aren't are still fucking frogs. Like, I don't know. I just feel like we shouldn't eat them. Lamb, same thing. Like, I think lamb is okay in my head. I wouldn't eat it, but sheep don't not feel edible to me because we do use like sheep wool for clothes and stuff. So I feel like sheep are edible. It's like almost the same vein as goat, but maybe a little bit more edible than goat. But either way, what is it? The Jews have a thing. I think it's like they can only eat animals with like, what is it, like cloven hooves or something, or split hooves or something? Whatever their deal is, I kind of fuck with it. Or they don't eat it if it has cloven hooves. I don't remember. Something about hooves in like kosher is you either can or can't eat animals with certain hooves. And I kind of fuck with that, low key. Like, and then same thing, like I feel like halal, they can't have certain animals either. I mean, I'm vegetarian, so I fuck with not eating any animals at all. But, like, I don't know. Some animals in my head just, I feel like they shouldn't be eaten. I eat mostly meat. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'm not one of those people that's gonna, like, shame you for not being vegetarian, right? Like, if meat is your diet, then cool, right? Like, Charlie is kind of, like, vegetarian a lot of the time, but, like, has certain things where they will eat meat. Mostly being with all of their other like food restrictions, being gluten-free, having gastroparesis, having GERD, that sometimes the only thing they can eat on a menu is like plain chicken or something. 99% gay for pasta. Let's fucking go. So, you know, in cases like that where like the only thing Charlie can eat is meat, I'm not gonna be like, well, you shouldn't eat meat. I guess you'll just have to starve, right? Like, and, you know, again, the reason I went vegetarian wasn't necessarily because of animal cruelty. It was more like an environmental thing. So if you're doing other things to help, like, lower your carbon footprint and eating meat is just not one of them, then fine, right? Like, I think that we can all agree, hopefully, that animal cruelty is bad, but it's not anybody's, like, singular job to stop it, right? Like, it's not like I alone, by not eating meat, am going to make any meaningful change. But if collectively we say, like, hey, animal cruelty is bad, we don't want to eat animals if they're being treated poorly, you know, that, like, makes a difference. But also, like, PETA's terrible, right? Like, PETA's doing a fucking terrible job of convincing people to be vegan, right? Because they're a terrible organization, so nobody wants to listen to anything they say. And then it makes people more inclined to not listen to them, even if some of what they're saying is right. Wendy's makes me gay confirmed. Yeah, flexitarian, yeah. So it's like, It's like how Autism Speaks is like a terrible organization, but they were like the head of the autism movement for a long time. I'm gonna have some of my soup, hold on. Before it cools off too much. It's like how Autism Speaks was like not a good example for the autism community. PETA is not a good example for vegans, right? Like we don't fuck with them, but I feel like the public generally like doesn't know that. Like people are still using the puzzle piece symbol for autistic kids, even though it's like totally outdated, right? So it's stuff like that. But I'm not going to shame anybody for anything, right? Like, that's not my... Well, not anything. I will shame you for some things. But, like, food-related, I'm not going to shame you. Because as an autistic person who was very picky growing up, I get it if, you know, if your safe food is chicken nuggets, then it's chicken nuggets, right? But my thing is really just twofold. First of all, a lot of people go, oh, well, I would go vegetarian, but I just can't give up, you know, chicken. Or I would go vegan, but I just can't give up cheese, right? Like, that's kind of me, right? Like, I love cheese too much. So I'm not vegan, but what I have done is switched to non-dairy milk, and I have oat milk. And I try not to, consume animal products where I can, and I still have cheese, and I will still have things with real dairy, right? But just even switching from dairy milk to oat milk is, an easy change I was able to make that doesn't super affect my diet, but is better for the environment. And then, so people who are like, oh, well, I couldn't go vegetarian. I love burgers too much. Okay, fine. Then go vegetarian and have a burger every once in a while. Because it's not an all or nothing thing. It's not like you have to go 100% vegetarian or you can't do it at all. It's like, okay, fine. Go 50% vegetarian. I feel like a lot of people eat at least one meal a day, if not 2 meals a day. Oh my God, why does my communication keep getting interrupted? Ugh. 1, if not 2 meals a day that are vegetarian, right? Like, a lot of people will have a vegetarian breakfast, like cereal or pancakes or a bagel, and then have, like, pasta for dinner but with no meat on it, or, I don't know, and then just have, like, a sandwich or something for lunch. Like, only one of their meals of the day, maybe, has meat in it. And so it's like, maybe you could have it so that you have a couple meals with meat in them a week, and then the rest are not, right? Like, it's not a black and white thing, and I feel like a lot of people make it out to be one. Might grab some pita bread with butter. Oh, I'm so hungry. That sounds good. We had pita bread at the Indian restaurant we were at. They had like a garlic pita. It was so good. Or no, not pita. It was naan. I lied. We had garlic naan. That was super good though. Naan and pita bread are like similar. I forgot what I was saying though. But yeah, we had garlic naan, which was super good. Yeah, no, it's like literally, it's like, okay, then do it. Then go vegetarian except for the thing that you don't want to cut out. All right. Charlie, how many are on the one that you're on? Did your communication stayed on, right? 9? Okay. I only eat once or twice a day. Garlic naan, that sounds heavenly. It was so good. 10 out of 10. Yeah, but anyway, that's my rant about vegetarian. Oh, and my secondary rant is people will do this all the time. They do it with vegetarian food. Why is do I need to like restart my game? Oh, we hit 1,000. That was our 1,000th one. Why do I just have a plain white screen right now? I, like, haven't saved, so I don't know what to do. I don't want to close my game out because I didn't save. It saved probably when I came up, right? Do you guys think it saved when I came up? Or just when I go down?
No idea.
Because now I'm frozen. Good soup? Yeah, the soup is good. It's not the soup I normally get, but it's fine. Oh! Ava! Thank you so much for the raid. You came in on us being stuck on a white screen. I'll go back to just chatting while I fix that. What soup is it? It's just like vegetable noodle soup. Is your game supposed to be white? It's not! No. So we'll see how much progress I lost by closing it just now. But Ava, thank you so much for the raid. Raiders who came in with Ava, if you don't know me, my name is Ty. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a variety, but mostly Pokemon streamer here on Twitch. And we're currently shiny hunting for Chikorita. But my game decided to choke and die. So we'll see how much progress I just lost. But thank you so much for the raid. What were you guys up to? Playing Total War 3 Kingdoms. How was that? If you guys are from my chat and you're not following the amazing, incredible Ava the Femboy, please do so. They're a member of Floroma Town with me, and just an all-around cool and tall person. Hello! Ceylon? I don't know if I said that right or not. Okay. Let's see where we're at. Okay, I can't tell how much progress we lost, but I'll just go back down. I just don't know if the number is right now, if we lost any eggs. I don't know. Maybe it saved when I got to this screen before it went white, because you save here before you go down. So maybe I did save. We'll have to check the VOD. But I think I did save. I think we're okay. I think we're where we were. But yeah, no, this is decent soup. Okay, Charlie, what did you say that yours was on? $12? Okay, we might be back where you are then. Is this your base? Okay, perfect. I do have to raid and run because I need to eat, but have an amazing rest of the stream. Thank you. Yeah, please take care of yourself. Hot people raid and rest. Obviously, I am getting something to eat right now, so please eat something. But I appreciate the raid and for you hanging out. And I hope that you have a good rest of your night. Alright. Let's see if we can get back in business over here. Alright. Hopefully we're good. I don't know why it decided to glitch out like that. Okay, yeah, the fact that the eggs were, like, about to hatch makes me think that we were where we were. Because they probably wouldn't have been otherwise. Can't eat till I'm home. I'm so sorry. Tragic. Alright. We're at 1,001 chickies now. 1,001 Dalmatians? No. 1,001 chickies. I guess it's 101 Dalmatians, but I didn't make that joke when we were at 101, so I'm making it now. There sure are vegetables in this soup. It did not lie about that. There's corn in here, which is exciting, because I'm a big fan of corn. I don't want to be, like, drinking my soup when the shiny comes. Alright, we're good. We're safe. All right. Okay, I'm gonna save here just so that we know that we saved. And then swap out those eggs. Oop. Swap out those eggs. All right. Stressed out. Back to the chickies. My nose is running. My soup. Anyway, what the hell were we talking about? Oh, like vegetarianism and stuff. Oh, gluten-free. Yeah, okay. So people do this with vegetarian food a lot, and then when I started dating Charlie, I realized that people also do it with gluten-free food a lot. And I'm guilty of this because I have done both of these things. One time, I was at my cousin's, or my aunt, technically. I was at my aunt's, I don't even know what kind of party it was, because it wasn't her wedding. Some kind of party that my aunt had. And she and her husband are, like, completely vegan, so all of the food was completely vegan. And some of it was fucking nasty. But looking back on it, it's not because the food was vegan that it was nasty. It was just, like, the vegan food they decided to serve was kind of nasty. And, like, is there gluten-free food that's nasty? 100% there is. But is anything just, like, gross inherently because it's gluten-free? No. And so that's what I've noticed with gluten-free and with, like, vegan food and vegetarian food, is that, like, people will be so averse to trying it just because it has the vegetarian or the vegan or the gluten-free label on it, or, like, dairy-free. And it's like, okay, is dairy-free cheese good? Not usually, but sometimes it is. And, you know, the same is true for gluten-free and vegan and vegetarian food, that, like, okay, here's a good example. My brother is a fucking dickhead, first of all. And when I started going vegetarian, my dad, who is, you know, somebody with high blood pressure, who had a heart attack, who needs to have less red meat, right, was like, you know what, if you're going to go vegetarian, we're going to start having, you know, less red meat around the house, and we're going to start getting veggie burgers, and we're going to start having, like, you know, vegetarian alternative stuff. And my brother was like, fuck no, I'm not eating it. There's no way I'm eating anything vegetarian. You know, I only eat meat because I'm a big, strong, straight white man, and that's all I'll ever eat, you know? So my dad started sneaking vegetarian ground beef into my brother's burritos. Because we would have burrito night, you know, every so often. My dad was kind of the main cook in our house. He was the one who cooked up most of our dinners. And we had kind of the same few meals on rotation. We'd have, like, mac and cheese, which actually my mom would make. But we would have, like, mac and cheese. We'd have, like, Mexican food night. We'd have, like, burgers. We'd have, you know, nachos, chicken, stuff like that. Sometimes I can't afford to sleep. Can't afford to eat, so I sleep off the hunger. I've been there. It sucks. So on burrito night, we get this ground beef, alternative. Well, we get the Gardein one. I think the one my dad was getting at the time was the corn brand. It's not really relevant. The point is that it's a vegan alternative for ground beef. And if you put taco seasoning on it and you stick it inside of a burrito, you pretty much will not notice the difference. Like, you might if you knew, but if you don't know and you're my dad and you're just sneaking it into my brother's food, my brother ate those burritos and did not complain for a second. So, point is, he's a moron. And that vegetarian food can be good, but people just, like, stigmatize it by thinking, oh, well, it's vegan, so it can't possibly taste good, which is just not true. And the same thing is true for gluten-free food, right? Now, is there gluten-free food that tastes bad? Totally. Is gluten-free bread good? No. it's mostly the texture. It's not usually the taste with gluten-free stuff. It's like 9 times out of 10, it's like the texture is just like a little bit gummy or a little bit flaky. And it's like, it's fine. It's not the end of the world for your food to be like not the right texture. I mean, for an autistic person, it kind of is. But what I've noticed is that like gluten-free pasta, barely different. Gluten-free pretzels, not different. Gluten-free pizza crust, different for sure, but there are good ones where you don't really notice. Like, you notice, but it's not like a bad thing. We had gluten-free banana pudding that Charlie's grandma made the other day for Mother's Day, and that was fine. There was, like, literally barely different. It was really just like the vanilla wafers, and they make gluten-free vanilla wafers that are barely different than regular vanilla wafers. But people in Charlie's family will be like, no, I can't eat that. It's gluten-free. I bet it's gross. And it's like, you haven't even tried it. Like, you don't even know that it's gross. And I feel like if anyone is a good judge of it, it should be me, because I'm the one who enjoys gluten and loves to eat bread and loves to have my glutinous foods, but eats mostly gluten-free because of Charlie. So, because a gluten-free person is a bad indicator of if something is good or not, because in Charlie's case, they have had celiac since they were like 12, or at least been diagnosed since they were like 12 or 11. And so they've been eating gluten-free for like 15 years or something. So they don't have a point of reference for what gluten tastes like anymore. And that's like me with meat, right? Like, I don't remember what like real burgers or like real chicken tastes like anymore, because I've been vegetarian since like my senior year of high school. So it's been a long time. But because I'm somebody who can eat both vegetarian and like gluten-free stuff and not gluten-free stuff, and then Charlie eats my vegetarian stuff and they eat gluten-free stuff, but they also eat meat, I feel like we're good judges of if the other person's food is actually worth eating as somebody that's not normally on that diet. So I had the gluten-free banana pudding, and I thought it tasted the same as the gluten banana pudding. And Charlie's grandparents even thought it tasted better than the gluten version, because it was like barely different. But they're like so quick to judge, like veggie burgers. My brother would be like, oh, there's no way, like, I'm not gonna have an Impossible Burger, it's not gonna taste like meat. And it's like, okay, then don't have an Impossible Burger. If it's trying to mimic meat and you like meat, then get a black bean burger, because it's not trying to mimic anything, it's just tasty in its own way. Like, there's a lot of ways to prepare food that is vegan or vegetarian or gluten-free that doesn't like completely hinder the food. Never tried plant-based stuff? Yeah, it's honestly, some of it I like better. Like, I would never go back to eating beef burgers if I have black bean burgers as an option. I prefer black bean burgers to the Impossible Burger, to the Beyond Burger, to any like meat alternative. I prefer the black bean burgers because they're like, I don't know, they're just like tastier. I like the seasoning, I like the black beans, I like the corn. I much prefer them to the way that meat tastes, and the texture, to be honest. Can't make pudding though, no fridge, only an ice chest. Oh. Of course I can't eat beef. Well, no, you can. Oh, well, not anymore, I guess you're right. I was gonna say, I was like, no, they make gluten-free ones, but yeah, you can't have black beans, so that's your main problem. But I don't mind eating the Beyond Burgers and the Impossible Burgers that we have. Like, because I'm not pressed about recreating the texture of meat or the taste, because I didn't like beef burgers before. So I don't mind that Impossible Burgers and Beyond Burgers are like kind of mimicking the taste of beef, because I don't care about the taste of beef or the texture, so it doesn't really make a difference to me. Whereas somebody who's like really into the texture of beef isn't gonna like a Beyond Burger. Like, someone like me, who is really into the texture of bread, is not gonna like gluten-free bread. I'm just not. But I've eaten a gluten-free tortilla. It kind of fell apart in my hand, but I ate it and it was okay. And gluten-free baked goods I've eaten over and over and over again. Gluten-free brownies, genuinely, if you gave me a pan of brownies and a pan of gluten-free brownies, I would not know the difference. If they were the exact same recipe, but one of them was gluten-free and the other one was gluten, I wouldn't know the difference. Because brownies' texture is, like, already soft. So, it's not affected by the gluten-free flour. It's just not, you know? And I feel like the average person wouldn't be able to tell the difference either. Like, if I handed my brother a gluten-free brownie, he wouldn't fucking know. He would just be like, this is a brownie. If you didn't tell him, he wouldn't know. Dude's an idiot. And I feel like most people are that way. But if you tell them it's gluten-free, then they're gonna find the difference. They're gonna be like, oh, well, I think this one's a little chewier. Like, you wouldn't have thought that unless we told you. Like the ones Rosanna Pansino made? Yeah. Gluten-free has improved a lot in the last decade. Right, exactly. And I think vegan food, too. Like, I think... Like, I was pretty little when my aunt threw whatever event it was that I had that vegan food at. I remember being pretty young when that happened. So, vegan food has probably come a long way since then. And also, my aunt is just like a health nut. That's her thing. She's not just vegan, but she also just, like, eats nuts and seeds and leaves. And, like, Brussels sprouts and shit. There are plenty of vegan things that aren't healthy. They're just vegan. You don't have to be... A lot of people misconstrue the idea that gluten-free is going to be, like, helping them lose weight or something because they're going to have less bread. But it still has carbs. It actually has a higher, like, oil and fat content than, like, regular, like, gluten food. So... It's not like a health diet. It's just you go on it if you're gluten intolerant or you have celiac. Or a wheat allergy or something. But yeah. I think like give it 10 more years and like it's gonna be even more indistinguishable. Everyone in between. Then to cause a scene. Magical. Alright, show me some chickies. But yeah, Rosanna Pansino has made gluten-free stuff on her channel before. And, like, if it's being made by, like, a professional baker, you're not gonna fucking know the difference. Like, I'm sorry. I know it was better than I was diagnosing when it was in the 80s. Oh yeah, nothing was good in the 80s. What was good in the 80s? And like one of my first experiences after going vegetarian was actually having a professional chef cook me a week's worth of vegetarian meals because I was at summer camp and one of the cooks was a professional chef. And I told him I was vegetarian, so he made all of the meals. He made, like, a vegetarian version. So, like, they did stuffed peppers one night, which had beef in them, but he replaced mine with, like, I don't know, like, other vegetables and beans and stuff. They did barbecue one night, so he, like, marinated and barbecued tofu, which was fucking delicious, and I would totally eat it again. So yeah, if you're having your vegetarian or your vegan food made by a professional chef or your gluten-free food made by a professional baker, like, you're not gonna know the fucking difference. Vegetarian, I mean, you'll know the difference because, like, obviously tofu is not, like, barbecue, but you won't mind because it'll taste good. Rip to Biden, he got prostate cancer. Yeah, I saw that. Which is so weird, because we were literally just talking about cancer on stream the other night, because Charlie's, like, grandpa had prostate cancer or something, but Charlie's grandpa's alive, so maybe, well, I guess it did say his cancer was, like, aggressive. I was gonna say, like, maybe it's not that bad, but I think they did say it was... Yeah, your grandpa's was caught early, and Biden seems to have not been. I love bell peppers. I've come around on them. I did not think I liked bell peppers for a long time. I think I talked about this on stream not that long ago too. I thought that like banana peppers and yellow bell peppers were the same thing, which is not true. But when I had those stuffed peppers, I was like, fuck yeah. So then we got our own stuffed pepper recipe that I used to make that was so good. It was like Mexican rice and like black beans and cheese. We should make those again, but Charlie can't have black beans or bell peppers. So we would just have to make the inside, and then I put it in a pepper and Charlie stuffs it into something else. Something they can actually eat. Tortilla, yeah, that's just a burrito. Aren't banana peppers spicy? They are, which completely goes against everything about them because they're yellow and they're called banana peppers. You would think they would be like sweet and like nice, but they're not. They're spicy. And I thought that they were yellow bell peppers because I simply did not know the difference. Ugh. I was like not centered in frame again. I like slowly scoot that way for some reason. Oh, the whistle blew. Alright, no shinies for us. I'll stick to yellow bell pepper. Yeah, yellow bell peppers are much better than banana peppers if you're someone who doesn't like spicy, which I am. Like, I can handle a little bit of spicy. Like, the Indian food I got the other night was, like, I would say, like, mild to medium spice. But it was this really good, like fried, breaded, well, not really breaded, but, like, fried cauliflower with this, like, really good, like, Indian tomato-based sauce, but it was a little bit spicy. But it was good. Cauliflower is one of the first things that I really started to enjoy after going vegetarian, because I think before I was vegetarian, the only way I had ever consumed cauliflower was, like, raw, like broccoli, like on a vegetable platter. Just, like, pick up a piece of cauliflower and put it into your mouth. But after going vegetarian, I found out that you can have cauliflower bites, which are, like, a good alternative for, like, chicken wings, where they just bread and fry cauliflower and then put it in wing sauce, which is so freaking good. You had butter chicken? Yeah. Butter chicken is pretty good. Obviously, I did not have it, but conceptually. I want to try curry. Yeah, I thought about it, but I was, like, afraid. The curries looked kind of like spicy or like really vegetable heavy, the vegetarian ones, which, duh, because they're vegetarian. But, like, I don't know. I like vegetables, but there are some cases where, like, the vegetables is, like, too much vegetable. And curry tends to be spicy. Yeah, that was my other concern, was that, like, it was vegetable heavy and that it would be spicy. Which is why I went for the cauliflower. But it was like cauliflower bites and rice. It was so good. Cauliflower bites are like one of my favorite, like, vegetarian foods that I've come across. Alright, we're getting close to 1024 here. We're 10 away. This makes me sad it's spicy and I can't have spice. Yeah. It sucks. Some things are, like, really good, but they're just too spicy. Which is hard. Because it's like you want to eat it, but you can't. Whether you're like Charlie and you're just, like, way too sensitive to spice, or, like, in Doe's case, or you had, like, a procedure where you're not supposed to have spicy. It's like, God, this thing has a good flavor. I just wish it wasn't, like, too hot for me to consume. Because, like, me, I can handle, like, a medium spice level, but I can't have anything more than, like, 2 out of 5 peppers on a pepper scale. Maybe 2.5. Butter chicken sounds yummy? Yeah, I think Charlie and their mom both got butter chicken, and it looked good. Peppers on a pepper scale? Yeah, you know, like at a restaurant when they have like the pepper scale and it's like 1 pepper is not spicy and 5 peppers is really spicy. I can do like 2.5 peppers tops. I think anything 3 or above is too spicy. But also, hi, Katie. Welcome in, cutie. Fellow Floromi in chat. I hope you're having a good Chikorita Chew-day. I can handle like 1.5 tops. That's fair. Yeah. Because like, I've learned that I can have like mild queso and not, or medium queso, not just mild. I've had, I think, medium guacamole. I had the medium spice on the cauliflower. I feel like the sofritas at Chipotle have like a mild kick to them. I feel like you can feel them going down a little bit. But I don't do anything above mild salsa, like pico de gallo. I never get the like spicier salsa at Chipotle. I always get the corn salsa because I love corn. My mouth nor stomach can handle it. That's fair. Yeah, that's very valid. Alright, come on, chickies. Does anybody want to be yellow? These chickies do not wish to be yellow, I fear. Alright. I had some Southwestern seasoned chicken last night. How was it? Sounds good. Alright, I do have an ad coming up in like 2 minutes. I'm gonna try to get a couple more resets of the room in. And then I'll go on a quick BRB. Probably finish my soup, just slurp it down. And then hopefully we'll get a shiny chickie tonight. That's the goal. That's the plan. So I can get out of Chikorita jail. I gotta get out before the end of the month, and I'm running out of time because, like, I'm not probably gonna stream Thursday because I have work. I might be able to stream Friday. I won't be able to stream Saturday because I'll be at the concert. I might be able to stream Sunday if I don't have work. And then, like, the month's basically over at that point because it'll be like the 25th. So I have like a week left to get this goddamn Chikorita. A little spicy but tolerable. Good. I'm glad. I don't want you to hurt your insides. Alright, any chickies in here? No. Alright. Well, that ad's gonna play in 30 seconds, so in the meantime, you guys get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, do your checks, pay your loans, walk your pet fish, do whatever you gotta do, and I will see you in about 3 minutes after I have slurped down my soup. Be right back. awesome party. I'm so glad I came. Hi, welcome back from the ad. I didn't know that song was on this playlist. For those of you who don't have context, Michael in the Bathroom is a song from a musical called Be More Chill. And I used to really like that musical when I was in like high school. It's kind of bad, but that's like the one good song. And I forgot it was on this playlist because this is just a playlist of all of the songs I've ever liked in the history of my entire life. So that's just on there. Song's a banger though. Can't argue with that. Why is my thing? It's like my camera's crooked. It always gets like, see how the shelf is like slightly crooked? It's not supposed to be. Song goes hard. Yeah. Slightly better. That's pretty good. The monopod I have my ring light up on is like not the best quality, so the camera gets kind of crooked sometimes. Going from Be More Chill to Old School Top is such a roller coaster. I have a lot of Old School Top on here. I have all of Top on here. All right. This is one of my favorite songs. I can play this on piano. Not the whole thing, but I can play like the beginning part. Oh, I bonked. I'm sorry. I know you're not a liar, and I know it's a sign this day. Thank you for the bonk. Did anything else happen besides Michael in the bathroom? No, we're good. Okay. Because I bonked the mic, this is fair. Down from a dark hiding place. I love 21 Pilots so much. They are my special interest. I could talk so much about... I mean, my username is literally self-titled for a reason, and this is the reason. Like, 21 Pilots is the reason that my username is self-titled. I love you too. God, I wish. I wish that they knew I existed. Oh, Turtwig. I get asked all the time if my username is a 21 Pilots reference, and I love it when people ask me that because I just get to go, yes. It happened the first day I joined Egg Toast. One of the other members of Egg Toast was like, is your username a 21 Pilots reference? And I was like, fuck yeah, it is. And they were like, I love 21 Pilots. And I was like, I love 21 Pilots. And then we bonded. No disrespect, I am simply very perplexed by your ways. Amazing. Thank you. I'm very excited for whatever is going to happen when the eye opens in a few days. At least I hope it opens in a few days. Some people were saying it's not going to open for a year, and they're going to go on another hiatus, and if they do that, I'll kill myself. The first one was hard enough. I can't do it again. Especially after the end of Paladin Strait. Like, they cannot leave me hanging. It better open up, and there better be a new logo on the other side. Is that bonk because I said I was going to kill myself? Yeah, I figured as much. There's a chickie. Oh, she ran into the rock. Yeah, why is it that I have to, like, scoot over this way so much? Do I need to, like, tilt the whole thing that way? Maybe. Is that better? Maybe that's better. I might be too far this way now. First is out of stock because you can only be first once per stream, and there's only one person who gets to be first, and everybody else has to be second or later. You don't get to be first. I was gonna be obnoxious. You don't have to redeem first just to be obnoxious. You do that all... No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. You're not obnoxious. I love you, I love you, I love you. I'm so mean. Yeah, Moth was actually first for once today. That was so mean. I'm so sorry. I don't think that... I don't think that. I don't. I love Tori. I love Tori. I love her. I love her so much. That's our child. Yeah, and your parents never called you annoying? My parents called me annoying all the time. That's a rite of passage. If your parents don't hurt your self-esteem, who will? I'm bothering one of the cats. I'm sorry to Tori's cats. Tori, are your cats your children or your siblings? Because my parents' dogs are my siblings, but Leo and Mandy are my children. The cats I'm cat sitting, I know, but like, is your cat your child or your sibling? Sorry to the cats that Tori is cat sitting. Depends which cat. I see. That makes sense. It probably depends, like, when you got them. Because I feel like if it was a cat you got when you were a kid, that's your sibling. But if it's a cat you got as an adult, maybe it's more like a kid. If you birthed it, if you helped raise it. My cat is the Dan to my Phil. You and your cat are besties, soulmates, something more than platonic. Wives. You guys see Dan and Phil's new video? Dan called Phil his wife. But like Thunder is just a roommate. The parents hurting your self-esteem made me. Yeah. I saw it too. Yeah. There was a lot of information about Dan and Phil in that video that we received. All right. I like forgot what I was doing for a second. There's your Weasel, Charlie. Haven't seen the video yet or much about it. Yeah, I haven't seen the video, but I've seen tweets about the video. The pontoon experience, yeah. What I gathered is that Dan was like about to shit himself on a pontoon boat because he had food poisoning. And that Phil is his wife. That is what I've gathered from out of context information on Twitter. Because I keep seeing memes that are like, this is Dan Howell and we need to leave the sea or something. Something like that. Do you want me to spoil it? I mean, like, I feel like I've gathered the gist. I mean, I know that they were on holiday because they posted all those pictures from like scuba diving and stuff. They ate like something, sandwiches or something that gave them food poisoning, and they were on this like low-key romantic picnic on a pontoon boat, from what I've gathered. The reason that Phil is the wife is because the builders came to their house to like work on something, and the builders were like, "Can we talk to Dan?" And Phil was like, "What, you can't talk to me about it?" And they were like, "We just want to talk to Dan." And then Dan was like, "Yeah, Phil's the wife in this house." At least that's what I gathered from the clips I saw. There's probably more to it than that, but that was the gist of it. The main thing that was super cutie was the fact that Phil knew they were gonna get food poisoning. Because it hit Phil first, but he wanted to hide it from Dan to not stress him out. I did gather that from a tweet that was like, Phil's the type of person in a zombie apocalypse that would get bitten but not tell anybody as not to inconvenience them or worry them. And I was like, I mean, that sounds about right, but what the fuck? But, like, maybe if Phil had said something when he started to feel it, they wouldn't have had to, like, so urgently remove themselves from the pontoon boat. I don't know. I don't know the context about, like, where the boat was going or how far from land they were or whatever, but... It all sounds very gay to me. Very homosexual, in my opinion. It's Dan Howell, we need to get off the sea. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I've seen that quote fucking everywhere. It's Dan Howell, we need to get off the sea. It's Dan and Phil, how is it not homosexual? Yeah, it just feels like extra homosexual, even for them. To go on a romantic picnic on a pontoon boat. That's the kind of shit that Charlie and I did. Like, we went on a ferry to go see the cherry blossoms in DC and, like, took a picnic basket with us and had a romantic picnic under the cherry blossom trees in the tidal basin. And we're engaged. And that's why Phil is Dan's wife. Gay. Could just not find a good place for the microphone to be. I don't know what is wrong with the camera angle. I can't figure it out. Like, it's fine, but I'm looking at it and I'm like, this isn't how it normally is. I moved it, but I don't know how I moved it. So it's just like this now. Guys, I miss you. I miss you. But we'll see you literally like a month from, like, 2 days from now. We'll see you in a month and 2 days. Isn't that exciting? I need to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna wear. Especially while I'm still employed at my job, because I'm, like... probably gonna quit my job. Maybe before the end of... maybe at the end of summer. Depending on how my freelance thing works out. If it doesn't work out, then I won't quit my job, but I am simply this close to quitting my job. I'm just waiting for contracts to be signed. And things to be worked out. Because basically, so I got a call on Friday about the position. I emailed back Friday afternoon, because it was like Friday morning. I emailed Friday afternoon. Didn't hear anything. Figured I probably wouldn't hear till Monday. Didn't hear anything yesterday. Started to get a little bit nervous. Then got a reply today that was like, oh, sorry, we didn't see your email. It like went to spam for some reason. Sounds good. We'll get a contract drawn up. And then I got a call that was basically that information, but in more detail. That was like, hey, we're drawing up a contract. We just need, you know, X, Y, and Z information for the contract. The dab is crazy. I didn't even know Jerome had emotes. And they were like, hey, we're drawing up a contract. You know, we need to talk rates for, because it's two separate freelancing positions from the same company. So we talked about the rate for, he does have his gifted a sub. Nice. So we talked about the freelancing rate for one of the two jobs, but not both. So I was doing research to figure out what my rate was going to be for the second gig, because I do not have a rate sheet, right? Like, I have never, we're at 1024. No. All right. Yippee. But I've never done freelance video editing before. I've done, like, little things here and there, but never, like, you know, officially contracted work by an organization the size of the one that is speaking to me. So I do not have a rate sheet for an organization of that size, so I had to do a lot of research. And the thing about video editors is they can literally go for, like, $20 or they can go for, like, $500. It's a really big range depending on what you're editing, how long it is, your skill level, what kind of edits are going into it. Like, if we're talking motion graphics, if we're talking animation, if we're talking, like, short form, long form, captions, like, there are, like, a million things that go into video editing. So the rate can be, like, literally all over the place. Come on, Chikorita, shine already. That's what I'm saying. We've been in Chikorita hell for so long. So basically I would need 2 different rates for the 2 different projects, because one of them is, like, short form, punchy, captions, and the other one is, like, long form, more, like, segmented, YouTube, you know, kind of thing. So both jobs would have different rates, different hours, different, like, price per project. So, you know, it was kind of like the thing that we had to talk about. But my hope going into this job before today was, I had to update my app. I'm back now. Welcome back. My hope going into this job before today was that the person I've been speaking with told me pretty straight up on Friday, they were like, hey, we don't have anybody on our team who specializes in video, right? We have social media content writers, we have people that are good at Instagram, good at Twitter, that kind of thing. We really don't have anyone that has a video background. And that's why we need a freelancer who can do video and then hand over the video to our social people, and they can handle, you know, the content writing, the captions, things like that. And from that description alone, saying we don't have anybody on our team who does this, so we're relying on freelancers, my thought was, if you don't have anybody on your team who does video, you need somebody on your team who does video, right? Like, you don't need to freelance for every single project. Just get somebody who is a one-stop shop. It'll be more expensive in the short term, but it'll pay off in the long term to have a position on your team that can do video, so you can just call me in to do whatever, whenever, without having to do a separate freelance contract for every job, right? But obviously I wasn't going to say that to them before I'm even hired for freelance. And, you know, what do I know if they have room in the budget to hire on a full person and, you know, do full-time or whatever. So I held my tongue and I didn't say anything. But today on the phone, the person I was speaking with, who is somebody that I know from a previous job, so I have a rapport with this person, it's not just a stranger. She was like, off the record, like, what is your current job like? Is it part-time or full-time? Like, what else are you doing besides this freelancing? And I was like, oh, my other job's part-time. It's pretty low-key. I only do this many hours a week. You know, it's nothing crazy. And she was like, okay, because I really want to open up a position on the team for video, but it's not something I can do, right? Like, there's people above me that have to approve it. It has to be in the budget. It has to be something that takes a few months to get rolling because they have to draw up the contracts and blah, 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 blah. So she was saying to me, like, I'm not saying that there's a full-time position that's going to open up, but if there was, would you want it? And I was like, fuck yeah, I would want a full-time video editing job. Are you kidding? Like, that is what I've been applying for and hoping for since I graduated, was something full-time in social media or in video. Like, video editing's not like my #1 passion, but it's up there, and I would be happy to do it, especially for an organization like the one that is reaching out to me. They are very LGBTQ friendly, just a very cool, like, nonprofit organization that I would love to work with. And the fact that my boss, it would essentially be a boss I've kind of already had. I think last stream we said it was like my aunt if my boss is my mom, that she was like my aunt at my last job, and then she would be like my mom at this job. But regardless, it would be working with somebody that I already know at an organization that I know is cool because she works there, and because I know that they're queer friendly because she works there, and that they, you know, do good stuff for the queer community. So I'm already happy with the organization. I'm happy to freelance for them and do, you know, 10 hours a week or whatever. But if they had a full-time position, like, I would immediately quit my job and I would do it, like, immediately. Because the pay would be so much better. I mean, my pay at my retail job is like less than minimum wage in some states. It's obviously not less than minimum wage in our state because it couldn't be, but in some states it's literally less than the minimum wage. So video editors, like I said, I mean, there's a big range, but for somebody of my skill level, like, it would be much more than minimum wage. And if it was a salaried position, it would be even better because I wouldn't have to worry about how many hours each project takes me. It would just be however much I get done, you know, in a week is however much I get done. And maybe some days I work extra hours and some days I work a little less because I'm faster. It's all from home, so it's not like I'm going into the office. And, like, working from home is my fucking dream, right? Like, that was the one good thing about my last job, was that it was fully remote. Everything else about it was terrible, but the fact that it was fully remote was perfect. Because commuting sucks. And this would be great, especially if it was kind of like a more or less like work my own hours situation. Like, I'm sure there would be some like meetings and things I would have to attend at certain times, but more or less, I don't think I'm expected to be working at 9 until 5, right? So if they really do open up a full-time position between now and like the end of the year, I will probably take it. I will definitely take it. If I can take it, I'll take it. But I'm just trying not to like get my hopes up because she said it was a hypothetical. It might not get approved. They might not have the budget for it, right? The pay might not be, you know, what I'm hoping for. Granted, even if the pay wasn't necessarily what I was hoping for, I'd still rather do a video editing job for shit pay than retail for shit pay. Because there's no way it would be as little as retail. Even if it was like the worst video editing job ever, it wouldn't be less than retail. So even if it was like $20 an hour, which it shouldn't be, but even if it was, like, that would still be better than what I'm making at my retail job. So I'm just manifesting it. And I'm manifesting that Charlie gets a good job with the certification that they're getting for medical coding, because that job is most likely also going to be from home and have a decent, like, salaried pay. Well, I guess it would be hourly, but it would have a decent yearly based on the hourly. So I just have, like, fingers crossed for both of us. If you believe in something that you can pray to, pray for us. If you don't, then just manifest as hard as you can, because, like, this retail job is killing me, and I would love to not have to do it anymore, and I would love to not have to work with people, right? Like, I wouldn't really have human clients in this video editing context, because in some video editing contexts, you're working with, like, a human client. Whereas for this, it's like more of an organizational client. Like, obviously the organization is made up of people, but I would only have to deal with, like, my boss and, you know, the people working on the video, not like a client per se. We're way overdue for some good karma. Like, I think so, but it's hard to tell because it's like, in my head, I'm like, do I deserve good karma? Like, have I done anything good to warrant something good happening to me? Because all of the bad things were happening for so long. It was just like, yeah, you know what? I deserve this, right? Like, my dishwasher would break because we don't do our dishes enough. Or, you know, our AC would break because I don't know how to work an air conditioner. And I'm like, I don't know, maybe I'm just a bad person and I deserve bad things to happen to me, and I got a degree that I can't use, and, you know, maybe it'll be like this forever, right? But it was so weird, like, cosmically, that I made an appointment with a career advisor that I went to on Wednesday, and then I got a job offer on Friday. The career advisor didn't even do anything at that point, like, other than just, like, talk to me, which was helpful, but she hadn't, like, she didn't do anything to cause that job to come my way. It just did. Thank you for the shiny luck. You deserve good things. Well, you deserve good things. I mean, you more than anything, because you didn't do anything wrong. Like, you went to college and you got your degree and then you became too sick to use it, and that's not your fault. And I'm so proud of you for going back to school and getting a certification so that you can do something as a job, because I know that you've just been, like, on your ass for so long. And, like, you know, I think people love to be like, oh, I would love to be on disability. Like, I would love to just be unemployed and just get free money from the government. And, you know, but it's like, yeah, being unemployed is like, it can be nice because you don't have to, you know, work a 9 to 5, but it's also exhausting and scary. And, like, some people want to work. Like, the degree that Charlie got was because they wanted to help people and, like, work in, like, a medical setting and help disabled people, and then became too disabled to do it, which is, like, some sick joke, right? But also being unemployed is, like, a full-time job, because when I was unemployed for 6 months, all I did was apply for jobs over and over and over and over again and get rejected or just not answered, or I would go to an interview and find out it was a scam job or whatever. It's not fun. My mom knows it all too well. It's hard as fuck even to apply to get disability. Yeah, Charlie spoke with a lawyer and was like, hey, you know, what should I do to apply for disability? And the lawyer just said, don't, because you don't qualify. And maybe they could qualify if we, like, really sort of twist the situation to fit the disability application's requirements. But, like, we could still do all of that and then get denied and then have to go to court and, you know, appeal it and, you know, do this whole song and dance, which is a lot of time and money and energy for a person who is disabled and not working to do. So, because, like, for me, I felt bad because I'm not necessarily disabled in the sense that I can't work. Like, I have autism, and autism can make it so that some people can't work. Like, I think there's, like, a percentage of autistics, like, I want to say it's, like, more than half of autistics, like, can't hold a job for, you know, longer than, like, 6 months or something. But I'm relatively low support needs. My body works relatively well. Not the best, but it works. So I'm not disabled enough to need disability or something. But I am disabled enough to not be able to work, like, 40 hours a week in person at, like, a retail job or a restaurant job or something. Like, I can't be on my feet 8 hours a day talking to people. That would, like, run my battery out for sure, which is why looking for a remote job was so important to me. But I felt like, you know, I went to university and I got a degree in film, which is, like, you know, fucking useless, right? Unless I'm actually in the film field, which I'm not. Well, I might be, but I'm not at the moment. And so I felt like I had failed, right? Like, I felt like it was my fault. I am not using my degree. I'm working retail. My resume doesn't have enough on it. Like, I didn't apply for enough jobs, or I didn't apply for the right jobs, or I wasn't trying hard enough. I wasn't looking hard enough. Like, I was making it my fault. Whereas with Charlie, it's like, it's not their fault. Like, there's nothing they could have done. They can't just be less sick. So I feel like it was hard for me to think that I deserved anything good because I wasn't doing anything good to deserve anything good back. But I'm like, I don't know. Weirdly good things have been happening that, like, aren't even related necessarily to each other or to the job or anything. Like, I was saying earlier this year that I wanted to raise my CCV because I felt like it had gone down below what it used to be. And, like, you know, I wanted to be constantly growing, and I didn't want to have these dips where my CCV went lower than it was 2 months ago, even though I know that that's the nature of Twitch and that your average viewers are not always going to go up and there are going to be dips, and sometimes it's seasonal, right? Like, there are, like, typically less viewers in the summer or during winter break or whatever. So it's like, you know, I was like, I'm gonna like lock in and I'm gonna try to, you know, hit this many followers and hit this many average viewers. And like, then suddenly all of you guys just started showing up to my streams. Like, suddenly just enough people just started coming into my streams consistently. And I was like, hello? Like, where did all of these people come from? And then I get offered this job and our air condition gets fixed. It's just like one thing after another is good, and there's this like part of my brain that's like, when is the bad thing gonna happen? Like all of these good things must be leading up to some terrible thing that's about to happen to me, right? I mean, the skills you learn with that degree can be used in a variety of settings. I think it's the job's fault for taking you in because you bring a lot, even some things you don't realize. Yeah, like, I would like to say that I don't think that my degree was useless. I learned a lot. I feel like I gained a lot of valuable skills. I networked. Like, Katie, you know that Kat graduated from the same school as me. She got a theater degree. I got a film degree, but I also have a theater minor in the same theater program that she was in. So we have roughly the same skill set from our degrees. And she's in like a pretty nice marketing job right now where, you know, she does like email marketing and like social media marketing and stuff for a company that she likes. And like, I was talking to her in DMs and I was like, dude, like, how do I get your job? Like, what do I have to put on my resume to get like a, you know, like a nice marketing job? And I'm not saying her job's perfect and that she loves it every single day, but she's like work from home, I think like 1 or 2 of the days out of her week. You know, she likes the people she works with. Like, just generally speaking, she's doing something cool and enjoying it. And I was like, yeah, Mondays and Fridays. Yeah. So I was like, how the fuck do I get a hybrid marketing job with people that I like and blah, 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 blah. You know, I was like, what am I doing that's, you know, not working? Because I was like, we have the same degree. Like, we have really similar work history. Like, she did, I think she was like a waitress or a bartender or something before her marketing jobs. And I was, you know, I'm doing more retail, but like, it's very similar, you know, skill sets. And I was like, we took some of the same classes, just not at the same time. I was like, you know, what do I have to do to get a, you know, a job? And it all just worked out because of the internship I did when I was at university. It was the digital media manager from that job who called me on for the freelance position. So it was all so full circle that it was like, if I wasn't getting my film degree, I would not have been required to do the internship that I did. And if I had not been required to do that internship, I probably wouldn't have done my internship where I did my internship. And if I hadn't done that, then I wouldn't have gotten this freelance job. Like, it's all like this weird, like, you know, butterfly effect thing. Because the reason I even pretty much got my internship was just by being trans in the film program. Because the, like, one of the, like head honchos, basically, in the film department at my school is a trans person. They're non-binary, and they have a film about being trans. And when I was looking for internships, I reached out to them, and I was like, hey, like, do you know somewhere that would be good for me as a queer person to work in film? Like, you're a queer person who works in film. Do you know where I should work? And they were like, yes, actually, I have a connection at the Human Rights Campaign. The director of video at the Human Rights Campaign is a good personal friend of mine. Let me reach out to her and see if they want an intern. And then they did. And then I worked for 9 months at the Human Rights Campaign, which is one of the biggest LGBTQ plus organizations in the fucking country. And that was literally just because my professor knew a guy, right? And then I got my freelance job because I knew a guy from the job where my professor knew a guy. I did not know that. Holy shit. Yeah, my internship was fucking crazy. If you go, this is true, if you go onto the Human Rights Campaign YouTube channel, you will see over 2,000 videos, probably a lot more than that now because I worked there a few years ago. You will see over 2,000 videos on their YouTube page, and every single one of them has a thumbnail. And I made every single one of those thumbnails that are from before like May of 2023. Everything after that was made by my friend Olivia, who got that internship because she knew me and I recommended her. But I made every single one of those thumbnails, and I made a template and a spreadsheet for making the thumbnails that is still used by the Human Rights Campaign to this day, and they call them the Thai templates. And my friend Olivia, who worked there after me, told me that that's what they call them, and they still use them, and I'm very proud of it. And there's a few videos on the Human Rights Campaign YouTube channel that I edited, that I made myself, that are very cool and that I'm very proud of. And that job taught me more than like most of what I learned in my degree. Like, I learned way more from the director of video at HRC than like most of my professors. And HRC has like taken a weird turn recently and kind of done some shitty things, but overall, like, I'm more positive than negative overall impact, but definitely have done some sus things. Don't love how they dealt with like the Palestine stuff, and don't love how they deal with like leadership and like women and trans people. But overall, very cool organization. Happy that I worked there. Glad that I worked there because now the person who worked there reached out to me to do this freelance job at another nonprofit queer organization. So yeah, I like to flex on people and tell them that I worked at HRC because like everybody in the world has heard of them. Like, I'm like, you know those little blue equal sign magnets that you see on people's cars? I worked there. I have so much HRC merchandise. I have an HRC water bottle. I have an HRC internship shirt. I have 2 HRC hoodies that I stole. I have a lot of HRC stuff. It was fun. It was fun working there. That job, I got to like make silly little TikToks for HRC. And I was just talking about this with Charlie earlier. The absolute #1 coolest thing I did when I was working at the HRC is every year the HRC holds a national dinner where they invite like everybody who's anybody in the queer community, right? They invite like politicians, right? Like Nancy Pelosi, Kamala Harris. They invite big celebrities like Nicole Maines, George Takei, the other guy from Star Trek. What the hell is their name? I'm losing it. Fuck. I just had it. Anyway, lots of famous queer and trans actors, performers, politicians. And I got to be on the blue carpet at the national dinner, which is the red carpet, but it's blue because HRC's colors are blue and gold. And I got to stand next to the person interviewing all of the celebrities as they came down the blue carpet. So I wasn't interviewing them, but I was doing short form, like vertical video. Why did my bitrate drop to the floor? Bitrate, can you come back, please? Okay. But I was doing like basically TikToks. Like they had a big camera that was like, you know, horizontal on them for YouTube. And then I was doing like the TikTok vertical videos of all the celebrities as they went by. So I met like Nicole Maines, George Takei, the other guy from Star Trek I can't remember the name of right now and I feel bad. But I met a bunch of really cool celebrities at this dinner. And it was fucking dope. Like, that dinner is sick as fuck. It was like boring and long and kind of lame, but I got to see Kamala Harris speak, and that was before she was president. She was just vice president at the time, which is also cool. But, or no, she didn't become president. What did I say? Before she was, no, not before she was vice president. It was after, it was while she was vice president. Not before. I was going to say it was before she was vice president, but that's not true. It was after she was vice president, but before she was running for president. Yeah. Man, I wish she was president. I like transcended our timeline and I was like, yeah, the timeline where Kamala Harris is president. No, it was before she was running, but it was while Biden was president. So that was cool. I think George Takei was probably the coolest. Out of... Oh, Ian Alexander! Oh my god, I couldn't remember their name. Oh my god. Not only did I meet Ian Alexander, but there was an after party at the national dinner, and they were just, like, on the dance floor, just, like, breaking it down. So I just went out there, and I was like, can I dance near you? And then I did. I didn't ask it as awkwardly as that, but we ended up talking and dancing. So that was fun. No, but the national dinner is super cool. And Nicole Maines, I fucking love Supergirl. So the fact that Nicole Maines was there was chef's kiss. Because she's the first ever, like, trans superhero on, like, network TV. Which is super dope. So yeah, I love to brag about my time at HRC. I love doing that. Even though I was just a measly intern, it was, like, a very cool, like, 9 months of my life where I worked there. And ever since that job, I was like just hoping another job like that would open up. Like I checked HRC's like job board like every few months to see if there was an opening. I'm friends with a lot of the other interns on LinkedIn. And one of the people I was interns with ended up getting promoted to like a full-time communications role at HRC. And I was like, ugh. I'm jealous. And another one of the interns I worked with is like their TikTok guy now. And I was like, I'm also jealous of you. And then my friend Alex, who was working there, she quit when all of the Palestine stuff happened, which is like fair. What if we connected on LinkedIn? We can if you want to. I'm friends with Kat on LinkedIn because like we went to college together. So like we've been friends on LinkedIn for like 4 years. But yeah, I'll connect with you on LinkedIn if you want. I'll endorse your skills. I do that with Kat. It'll be like, is Kat good at marketing? And I'll be like, yes. But yeah, I can send you my LinkedIn. We can learn each other's last names. Wouldn't that be so fun? But yeah, every time a job opened up at HRC, like I would look at it and be like, can I do that job? I would love to apply. But they usually just like weren't in my wheelhouse. Or they were, but they were promoted internally, like my friend who became the TikTok guy. But the fact that it's like another LGBTQ plus nonprofit, kind of in the same vein as HRC, and being run by somebody who quit from HRC after all the layoffs, I was like, this literally could not be a more perfect situation for me to do this. Like, I literally can't think of anything better than this, other than just like straight up being in LA and working on a real film. But this should help me save money for that because like I said, video editors get paid pretty handsomely. So hopefully I'll just be able to save all the extra money I have that doesn't have to go toward my bills, and then I can move to California someday. Because right now, all of my money goes toward my bills, and then I'm still broke. Mine's already posted on my Insta. Your LinkedIn? Okay. I'll follow you on LinkedIn. Reese Animal Crossing is so pretty and cute. I wish she was my Animal Crossing wife. Which one is Reese? I have to Google. Oh, no, your last name. Oh, that makes more sense. I was like, why would you post your... Yes. Maybe I do know your last name and I haven't thought... Oh, the little pink llama thing. Alpaca thing. Yeah. I probably do know your last name and I forgot it. Well, you can learn my last name. Isn't that fun? Granted, it won't be my last name for that long because Charlie and I are going to get married and then I'll steal their last name for funsies. But you can know what it used to be. Before I steal Charlie's. I'm pretty sure my last name is also somewhere on my social media, but I took it off when I started doing, like, not when I started doing Twitch, but, like, when Twitch started to be, like, more of a thing. But yeah, I like Charlie's last name better than mine, and there's no good way to, like, hyphenate them or, like, truncate them. So I'm just taking Charlie's. I don't like... Obviously, we're both non-binary, so there's not, like, a wife and a husband. Like, Charlie's gonna be the one wearing a dress at the wedding. My Insta is linked to my Facebook. Oh, yeah. I linked mine to my Facebook, too, but I have, like, 2 different profiles. But, like, Charlie's the one wearing the dress at the wedding, so I'm the one giving up my last name. It's like, who cares? Like, my brother will carry on our last name or whatever the fuck. I don't care. It's not my job. And also, yeah, Charlie's middle name being Moth makes it so that their name sounds weird with my last name. Like, Charlie Moth, my last name, sounds weird, but Charlie Moth, their last name, sounds nice. And then Ty, my middle name, my last name, sounds good. But Ty, my middle name, their last name, also sounds good. And it makes my initials cuter, because right now, my initials are kind of weird. But they'll be TEA if I marry Charlie. Well, I will marry Charlie, but if I take Charlie's last name, it'll make my initials TEA, which is cute, because it's T. And then Charlie calls me Sweet Tea, which is terribly gross, but also very cute. It's like one of those, like, nicknames where it's like, ew, gross, but like in a cute way. Like, oh, that's nasty. But like in a cute way. And we like to joke because Charlie really likes tea and I really like lemonade, so that together we're an Arnold Palmer. Because it would be the other way around. Like, I would be the lemonade and they would be the tea, because I'm the sour one and they're the sweet one. But for the sake of my initials being T, I'm the tea and they're the lemonade. Even though it's like kind of backwards low-key, but it's okay. But yeah. Anyway, all of that is to say that hopefully I can get my bag soon. And quit my stupid retail job that I hate and work at a cool video editing job. Because even if they don't pull me on full time, I feel like the freelancing is still like pretty decent money. If I could do like 20 plus hours of the freelancing, it would still probably be like that plus doing like, you know, something else on the side. I would probably make enough to like pay my bills and shit. Which is really my goal, because right now my paychecks from my retail job are less than my utilities. Like, I literally got, granted our utilities were really high last month because we were blasting our AC and it wasn't working, so we were like wasting a ton of energy for no reason. But, and then we got like a late fee on our electricity, even though we didn't pay it late, but that's another argument for another time. But, I got my paycheck on Monday, and I got the request for utilities from Charlie on Venmo, because Charlie pays the utilities and then I pay them back. And the amount that they requested was more than the amount on my paycheck. And I get paid bi-weekly. So I'm really not paying my rent very well right now. Charlie's covering like more than half of the rent at our place because my job doesn't pay me enough to pay for half of our rent, and our place is kind of expensive. We would not have been able to afford this place if I was going to have to pay for half. Like, they offered to pay slightly more than a 50-50 split so that we could have this place because of the yard, and like, it's really good for Leo, and we really like the house. It was just a little bit out of our budget range. Like, it was a few $100s over what I was going to be able to afford. So Charlie's family offered to help cover the remainder until I got a better job, which the thing was, when we got this place, I had my old job. Like, we signed the lease for this place in, like, probably, like, late March, early April of last year. And then I got laid off from my job that I had. Like, we had to, you know, give financial statements and prove our income to be able to rent this place. So I showed them my paychecks from the job I had when we signed the lease. And then in late April, I got laid off from the job that I was using to pay for this place. So I was like, uh-oh, fuck. So for the first, like, 6 months that we were living here, I wasn't making, like, hardly any money. I was doing, like, DoorDash, and I was doing pet sitting, and I was, like, you know, making ends meet however I could. But I was not, like, making enough money to pay my rent. I was, like, dipping into savings. And then I got my retail job, and for a while, my retail paychecks were good because I was actually working decent hours. But then they cut my hours after the holiday season ended. And then I stopped making enough to pay for the place. So I had to dip into my savings again for the last couple of months, which is why I was looking for another job, because I was like, this is not going to work. We still have this place for another year on our lease. It was a 2-year lease, so we're still here till May of 2026. I'm fortunate enough where my bio dad helps out with my place in terms of financials and stuff like that. That's ridiculous. Yeah. We wouldn't be in this place without my parents' help. Yeah, since Charlie's not working right now, their parents help pay for some of their portion of rent. And I barely pay for my portion of rent, but I was literally gonna have to ask my dad if he could spot me a little bit of money for this wedding that we're going to, because we're gonna have to get a hotel room in Iowa. And I was like, I can't afford a hotel room. I can barely afford my own rent. Like, this is not gonna work. So, Iowa, yeah. We're gonna be driving right through where you live, actually. Because we're driving from Virginia to Iowa. So, we're, like, basically gonna be stopping probably close to, like, Indiana or somewhere in there. Because basically, so here's the situation. You want to hear how fun our situation is, Katie? So our friend is getting married in Virginia on the 20th of June. So we're going to be attending her wedding here in Virginia on June 20th. Our other friend is getting married in Iowa on June 22nd. So on June 21st, we're going to be driving from Virginia to Iowa, which is kind of far, and we're probably not going to make it the whole way in one day because it's far. So our plan was probably to stop around Indiana, or something. Stop for a meal with Katie? We could. We're literally, I mean, like, I don't want to dox you, but, like, I think you live, like, near, like, Indianapolis-ish, which is, if I'm correct, kind of in the middle-ish of the state. So I'm pretty sure we're driving, like, right through the center. Yeah. I literally said that to Charlie. I was like, you know, we're going to be driving right by Katie. But I was like, I don't know if Katie's going to be, like, around or what Katie's doing on the 21st of June. But if you're free on the 21st of June and you want to get, like, dinner or something, we'll probably be in Indiana around dinner time on the 20th of June. So we can talk more. I'll DM you. But we'll exchange LinkedIn's and then we'll discuss dinner plans. Finn! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Sea Captain Finn. Raiders, if you guys don't know me, my name is Ty. My pronouns are they, them. I am a variety, but mostly Pokemon streamer here on Twitch. And today we're looking for shiny Chikorita. And we have an egg hatching right now. So, why did you shout me out? You're supposed to shout out Finn, bud. Not me, dog. This is my stream. You're supposed to shout out the person who raids, bud. What have you done? Y'all both start with C? No. S-E? Okay. Yeah. Oh, yes. I see that Kitty DM'd me. I'll answer you on my ad break. I have one coming up in a bit. It's okay. The big shout out went to Finn, so at least you did that part right. There you go. You guys were also playing BDSP. What were you up to in BDSP? How was your stream? My bad. No, you're good. L-mod! No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love my mods. Especially the one I'm engaged to. Shaman hunting hit 2100 today. I wish I could do that hunt. I don't have the item from the event or whatever you need to be able to do it. It's very sad. I want to do ban myself. Oh no. I want to do shaman so bad. I think Katie's doing shaman right now too. Yeah, 1600 in. There you go. BRB dog bork. Okay. I'm going on an ad break in a minute anyway, so we can make sure dog is cool. I was lucky enough to grab it on a few alt accounts before it went. I'm double... Oh, you're doing Brilliant Diamond and Plat on your capture card. That's cool. Yeah, I'm mad because I had this game when the event happened. I just didn't know that it was happening. So I didn't, like, get the mystery gift. Like, I didn't know it was a thing I was supposed to do. Because I wasn't a shiny hunter at the time. So... L for me, because I literally could have gotten it. I just didn't. Hello?
I just started typing in Sea Captain and clicked. And it was you.
Good work.
I really thought I clicked the correct one until you said so.
You really didn't. I watched my avatar go to the middle of screen, and I was like, that's not right.
At least I gave the big one to the right person, because that one has,
It has
like,
a refresh on it. Yeah.
or something.
That one has a cooldown.
Yeah. And like, not a fast one either.
No, it takes forever to do the big shout out.
It's 10
so
minutes.
Anyway, if you guys aren't following Finn, do that. I think Finn was also part of Piplup weekend, if I'm not mistaken. So fellow Piplup enjoyer.
Yo.
I was, yeah. So was Moth, which is this here.
Right, which is this here.
Are you or are you not Moth?
I am Moth.
Exactly. Oh, axolotl for my head. I already have a frog on my head, so I may as well have an axolotl too. And then I can get the lobster from Tori. Lobster. Yippee. Oh wait, did I put the eggs? I did not put the eggs back. Okay. We're looking for Chikorita. It's not going well.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh no!
Nah!
The kiss was enough to push him off.
Sorry.
Why would you kiss me?
I kiss him now.
Yeah, give him a
I
kiss.
did. Don't worry. Alright. There you go.
Okay. I just can't move my head now. I'm just like this forever. How long do we think I can balance this guy up there? Answer, I don't know. Anyway, how about that weather we're having? I'm so focused on keeping the axolotl on my head, I can't even think about talking about anything else. Cute, thank you. Is this a look? I mean, the frog is basically strapped on with Velcro, so I could probably strap the axolotl on with Velcro. But the frog is like 3D printed. I have a 3D printed slug. I don't know what the axolotl is. I think he's just like plastic. I don't know. It's a vibe for sure. Good. You guys like my hat? Oh no, I can't laugh. Oh god. I started to feel him fall off. I can't laugh. Nothing's funny. This is very normal. Everything is super normal right now. Okay. But yes, Finn and Raiders, if you guys need to raid and run or raid and rest, please feel free to do so and take care of yourself. But if you want to hang out And Vibe and Lurk or Yap, I'd love to have you. Thank you for trusting me with your community. I promise I'll be nice. Maybe. But I do have an ad break coming up in about a minute and a half here that got snoozed when you guys came in. So if you do need to like go to the bathroom or get a snack, that would be a good time to do so because I will be on a quick BRB during the ad because I think our dog is barking according to Moth. So probably go check on them. But yeah. And then maybe I can get this axolotl off my head. Oh god, I did it again when I laughed. I shan't laugh. Okay, I think I have time for like one more lap around. Alright. You guys see any chikoritas? I think we'll definitely get to like... We'll definitely get to 1050 because we're already at 1043. This will probably be our last ad break of the night because I only have like 20 minutes left of stream. Okay, ad's coming up in 10 seconds, so I gotta run that. Let me get this axolotl off my head. You guys get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, do your checks if you haven't done them, pay your loan, your daily loan if you haven't paid it, and I will see you guys on the other side of the ad in about 3-ish minutes. Be right back. All right, we are backsies. Oh, my frog is now like all the way over here because of the axolotl. All right, we're at 30 out of 40, so I think I'm gonna aim for one more, like, 5-minute shiny time or whatever, and then try to get these eggs hatched. Yeah, because I only have 3 rows left, so we still hatched a good number of eggs. Because I think I had 2 boxes plus a row, and my goal is to usually hatch about 50 eggs per night, so we're about there. So, let me see what I can get done in the next, like, 15 minutes or so. Hi, Mandy. We have a kitty alert, guys. Kitty alert. Little girl alert. There is a cat-shaped critter in here. Hello, cat-shaped critter. Where are you going? Oh, she's leaving. Alright. Goodbye, cat-shaped critter. I DM'd with Katie on our BRB, and I checked the map, and we will pretty much be driving straight through Indiana, so... It had us going through, like, the northy part of Indiana, but there was another route where we could go, like, down the middle, and it only added, like, a little bit of time, so... I'll go a little bit out of my way if it means that I can give a hug to Peachy Pink Katie, because I would like to... I would meet both Peachies in the same weekend! Because I'm gonna meet Peachy Cheeks 16 Tori for the first time on Sunday, the day of the wedding, because she's going to the same wedding as me. And I've never met her in person before. And I've never met Peachy Pink Katie in person before. And I would meet both Peachies one day apart. How crazy is that? That'd be so fun. I'll go from no Peachies to 2 Peachies. I should bring you both Peaches. I'll have to make Katie a bracelet. We make friendship bracelets for everybody that we, like, meet at cons and stuff. So, like, when we were at Global Go Fest, we made friendship bracelets for, like, Otta and Kat and Allie and everybody else that was there. And we already were going to make Tori a bracelet. I was going to make her something house-themed, probably.
I might just be thinking of, like, other people at other events, but did Tori ask us to bring our beads?
I don't think so. Maybe.
Did she ask us to make something specific?
I don't know. We're gonna make her something for sure.
Yeah.
Double Peachy, exactly. So I'll have to make 2 bracelets that both have the word Peachy in them.
I want to hug both Peachies, consensually.
I want... I would also like them to be hugged consensually by you.
Tori already said I could. Katie, can I give you a big hug when I see you?
Charlie's a big hugger. I'm not typically a hugger, but when it comes to meeting, like, online friends and stuff for the first time, I usually like to give hugs just because it's like we've never met in person before and it feels tactile.
Yeah,
to,
and B, I don't know when I'll see you again.
To hug them, but yeah, exactly, right? So I do give hugs at, like, events, but in my personal life, I'm not that much of a hugger.
Except for me. Of course, yay! Double Peachy hugs.
Yay! Peachy times 2. We're gonna have such a peachy weekend. Oh, trying to kiss me on my head.
I gave your frog a kiss.
Oh, I see. Try to kiss him on his head.
I go now.
How's your cat coming along for pasta?
It's a head.
Your cat has a head,
It's
pasta.
a head with ears.
Congratulations. On your head with
It's
ears.
a body and limbs.
It's a girl. It's just a head with ears. Okay, bye, Moth. Sharing a house with your partner who is also a streamer is so silly. We just be at our computers in separate rooms, and then we just yell.
You're going like cat-shaped creature outside.
Is she or is she not cat-shaped? Is she or is she not a creature? I told you if you put that bag on the floor, she was gonna lay on it, and what happened? You're just lucky she didn't poop on it. What I do? Nothing. Moth is crocheting your cat, and currently it's a head with ears. I heard pasta. Yeah, that's all it was. I was just, I was getting a progress update on your cat. which is currently a head with ears. And doesn't it have eyes and a nose? I'll take that silence as a yes. I'll have to queue up Coconut Mall soon because we're at 35 out of 40. And you guys know at the last reset of the night, we do Coconut Mall. And we'll get to like roughly 1050, so that'll be good timing. Head with snout, eyes, and ears. Exactly. Is it a snout on cats? I know it's a snout on dogs. I guess it's a snout on cats too. Snout. Snoot. Snout. You can tell it's getting late because my brain is just glitching out. What about boobs? It doesn't have a body yet, so I feel like the boobs would go on the body part. But it could happen. Charlie could make removable boobs. You can like clip them on and then take them off. Every non-binary person's dream, detachable boobs. Before every non-binary person gets top surgery, they think to themselves, well, what if I could just take them off and then like put them back on sometimes? I don't want to never have boobs. I just don't want to always have boobs. May I present to you top surgery and stick-on boobs. Lol joke. So true. Anyone want mine? Free to a good home. That's what I was like when I was in high school. My friend, ironically the one who's getting married in Iowa, she played soccer and she ran a lot, so she would complain about being like flat-chested, because it's kind of like a stereotype that like soccer players have small boobs because of all the running or whatever. It's probably not entirely true, but maybe not entirely false either. But regardless, she would be like, you know, God, I wish I had boobs. I wish my boobs were bigger, that kind of thing. And then I, in high school, had honkers, and I didn't want them, and I complained about them all the time, and I had a binder and, you know, all that jazz. So we would joke that I would give her my boobs after top surgery. She was like, can I have some of the breast tissue? And I was like, absolutely. Just pack it in there. I will donate my boobs to you. Unfortunately, that's not how it works, but I would have loved to. I also think that there should be a system for like donating boobs and dicks to trans people in need. I think that trans women should be able to donate dicks to trans men in need, and trans men should be able to donate boobs to trans women in need. I think that should be the system. Boob transplant. All right, let me get Coconut Mall queued up. Oh, it's already in my search history. Perfect. Hi, Nando. Good job completing the missions in Pokemon, but I'm not completing the mission in Pokemon, Nando. That's the problem. I'm still looking for Chikorita, but I appreciate it nonetheless. You got a busy schedule today? I feel that. I've had a pretty busy, like, last couple of weeks. This upcoming week isn't too bad, but, like, last couple of weeks were pretty busy. I do have stuff tomorrow, and then I have work Thursday. And then I have a busy weekend because we're going to see the Pierce the Veil concert. Shout out Pierce the Veil. But other than that, I don't have a lot going on. I love Pierce the Veil. Their music is so special to me. Katrina told me to fucking exercise is my daily fortune. No, I already have two big boobs. It happens. You know, God gives the biggest boobs to the strongest soldiers. And now I have back pain forever. At least people with small boobs get their own committee. Sweats nervously. Yeah. I was unfortunately not part of the itty bitty titty committee. I am now though. Let's go. Alright, we're at 39 out of 40. It is almost Coconut Mall time, gamers. Who is ready to Coconut Mall? My binder kills me at work, but it'd be much worse without it. I feel that. So I was in the marching band in high school, and I was also in theater. And they tell you you're only supposed to wear your binder for like 8 hours a day, and you're not supposed to wear it when you're like exercising or whatever. Oh god, we're at 40. Okay. Ah, Coconut Mall. You're not supposed to wear it for more than 8 hours, and you're not supposed to wear it when you exercise, right? So I would wear it to school for like 8 hours, and then I would have to take it off and put on a sports bra to go to marching band rehearsal. But then after marching band rehearsal, I would have theater rehearsal, so I would have to take the sports bra off and then put the binder on, because in theater roles, I was, you know, typically a more masculine character, so I would have to like swap my binder on and off throughout the day, and I was like sweating profusely. And I would just do this for days on end. It was awful. But that's a massive mood. Yeah. It was like, it hurts so much to wear it all day, but the alternative is to have boobs at school, and I was like, not gonna do that. My character is an idiot. Get the star. Here, I can drop a bunch of stars for you guys. Hold on. There you go. Can you imagine that one was the shiny when I'm like dropping stars all over the screen? Alright, yippee, we got to 1050. Get the stars, chat. Alright, we got 2 normies. Why are us NBs always cursed with big biddies? I don't know, man. I knew some people in school that were trans that had small biddies, and I was forever jealous of them. Especially this one guy who would like, he was like, yeah, like, my binder's like a small. I was like, I hate you. My binder was like an extra large. And they tell you you're like not supposed to size down because it like doesn't do a better job, but I feel like the extra large wasn't doing a good enough job. Mott's getting all the stars. Get 'em, pasta. Ugh. Can one of these Chikoritas be shiny? Okay. That was inconvenient timing. How do I get a little guy in the bottom? I'm pretty sure you just have to be following and then talk in chat. I'm pretty sure those are the only parameters. You have to be active in chat and you have to be following. Pretty sure that's it. You think you're Hamlet? Yeah, you should be able to tell. It'll put your name above your head if you chat, I'm pretty sure. The names just disappear after like a couple of minutes of inactivity. But if you talk, I think the name shows up. Here, which one's Hamlet? Oh yeah, that one over there. Oh, I forgot I'm still holding stars. Oh, well, now there's more stars. Yeah, this one's you. As I pick him up and chuck him around. Are we able to choose a villager? You are. So if you're on desktop or like a laptop, you can go to my panels, and there's a stream avatars panel where you can look at the list of villagers and select one. If you are on mobile, you can do !avatar. Or if you do !avatars, it will give you a list of all of the avatars. And then if you do !avatar followed by the name of the avatar you want. So like I'm Lily. If I did !avatar space Lily, it would assign me Lily. So yeah, those are the 2 ways that you can change your avatar. Alright, the whistle blew, so let's see if there's any chickies or anybody left in here. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to let Coconut Mall play again, but it did. We also don't have every single villager, so it's also just possible Sasha's not a choice. Here, let me bring up the list. Avatars. Is it avatars list? What is it? Is it avatars? Avatars, yeah. There you go. So Sasha might not be one of them, but those are all of the ones you can pick on that obnoxiously long list. Okay, we got to 1052. He's not there. Yeah. I am at the, I'm at the mercy of the person who created the extension, unfortunately. I wish that they would add more, but I am at the mercy of what's on there, I fear. I love that Goldie's an option. She's a fave of mine. Yes, Goldie's adorable. I'm just happy Lily's an option because she's one of my absolute favorite villagers. So I'm glad that she's a choice. Trying to see if I can just grab a few more, since I'm at 1052. Oh, yeah, there's one. Okay. See if we can get to 1055. I'll be Zucker, my other fave. Zucker's a good pick. I like the octopus guys. Well, some of them. Not all of them, but I like some of them. I need to stream Animal Crossing more often. Takoyaki boy, so true. And I feel like he fits with your username since it's Sea Captain and you're like a little octopus. Oh, there's another one. Alright, we're already making good progress. Let's see if we can get one more after this one. And then we'll hop off for the evening because I gotta go to bed. Happy, but don't be happy. Alright. We got Licky Tongue, Bunny. Alright, come on, one more. Give me one more chickie for the night. Starting on the kitty's body. Make sure you add those titties. No. Don't get started on the titties. Titties. Pasta wants there to be titties on their cat. Not actually. Unless. Yeah, if you guys want to order any of Charlie's crochet stuff, you can do !coffee. And we have a commission, and we also have the pre-made ones. You can get a pride frog for Pride Month. You can get a kitty. You can get an axolotl. You can get... not whatever you want, but whatever Charlie's capable of crocheting. Gotta make them juicy. Exactly. It needs 9 titties. You're right. Because don't cats and dogs have, like, a lot of nipples when they're, like, pregnant? I don't know. I only ever had boy dogs. Mandy's, like, the first, like, girl animal I've had. I might have had girl toads, but there was really no way for me to know that. I think they were mostly boys, though. Because they didn't reproduce with each other. So I think they were mostly boys. Because I never ended up with any, like, tadpoles or anything. How many nipples do cats have? I really don't know. I've not counted my cat's nipples. She's, like, fixed, so I don't think they're, like, prominent. I don't know. Never thought about that, really. I know dogs have, like, at least a few when they're pregnant. But don't quote me on that. We need like a vet or something in here. Although you work at a pet store, so you're the closest thing to a vet we have. Have I missed a shiny? No. We're still looking either 6 or 8. I felt like dogs had at least 6. I also felt that to be true. Pasta just gets to hoard the titties after all the top surgeries happen. Yeah, everybody give your boobs to Pasta after top surgery. That's the law. 6 to 8 for cats? Okay. So, like, are we saying that it depends? Like, 6 to 8 implies that some cats get 6 and some cats get 8. What is the deciding factor that you get 8 nipples versus 6? Dogs have 6 to 10. So, like, is it like little dogs get 6 and big dogs get 10? Or, like, what? We'll count when I get my kitten next week. Make sure you count the nips. Oh my god. Our best friend who lives in California, her fiance found a cat, like, I don't know, like outside behind a dumpster or some shit. And they took her home and they named her Generator, Jen for short. And she's like blind or deaf or something. And she's so cute and small. And I want to meet her so bad. She's literally... Seamus Aaron has entered the underground. Do we think it's Sammy? Is Sammy's username on here Seamus Aaron? Generator. We love Generator. I'll have to put pictures of her in the pet chat on Discord because she's fucking precious. And, like, literally just a baby. She's only, like, a few weeks old, I think. She's just a baby. The cat distribution... Yeah, literally. Well, especially because... So, our friend, her name is Cat, literally C-A-T. She had 2 cats, like, growing up. And then we had a cat, Mandy, when she was living with us in our apartment. So she's like always had a cat like her whole life. So it was only like a matter of time before they adopted a cat. Because they like just moved into their place together in California. So it was like really only a matter of time before they got a cat. So the fact that Joe like found one just like in the wild... It was absolutely the cat distribution system at work for her. We have 2 stray gingers we took and we named them Moosh and Garf. Garf short for Garfield. That's so cute. This last Chikorita really does not want to show up, does it? Goddamn. I literally just needed 1 more. And I was afraid that I was going to get like 2. But I can't even find 1. We're watching a couple of cats in a few weeks, and I think one of them's name is like Veep or something, and the other one's name is like Sauce. They have silly names, and I'm excited to meet them. I love cat sitting because we do dog sitting mostly, but every once in a while the dog sitting client will like also have a cat. And so that's kind of the case on this one. They have 1 dog and 2 cats. And I'm like, hell yeah. One of the clients we have has a dog, and then they were like, we also have a cat, but you don't need to watch her. And I was like, she doesn't need anything? Food, water, nothing? She's just self-sufficient? Because Mandy, I'll tell you what, is not self-sufficient. Girl needs her medicine. She needs her food. There's a chickie. She needs her water. You have to fill up her little fountain. Feeling the back pain? Maybe I don't need all the titties. It doesn't want you to in-stream. Yeah, dead ass. She took a minute to show up. I would stream longer, but, like, I got stuff to do. And I streamed for, like, almost 7 hours the other night, so... We're good. Alright, there we go. We're at 10:55, so we can go uppies. Whee! Alright. Please don't break right now. Okay, oh my god, it scared the shit out of me because I had not saved. I was gonna be so mad. I will keep demanding an Animal Crossing stream. My plan, Pasta, is to stream Animal Crossing Friday. I wanted to stream it Thursday, but I have work Thursday. If I'm able to get out of work Thursday, it'll be Thursday. If I'm not able to get out of work Thursday, it'll be Friday. And if for some reason it's not, it'll be Sunday. But it'll happen this week. You're working Thursday and Friday? God damn it. Okay, well, I could do it on Sunday if that's better. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It'll happen. It'll happen at some point. I really want to stream my Animal Crossing Island. I was just working on it earlier today. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But let me pop over to just... You didn't even spell socials right, babe. Okay. Who is live that we can raid today? Let's see. Okay. Hot Dog is live. Fladia, Digi, Toxie, Leah. Oh, Quartzy's live. We could raid Quartzy. What's Quartzy doing? Looks like art. Maybe we send you guys to Quartzy. We love Quartzy here. You guys can follow me on all of my socials. Charlie just put them in chat. I'm on TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and Blue Sky. You can join our Discord. We do a question of the day every single day, and we do a community night once a month. We're supposed to be having a game night. When are we supposed to be having a game night? That's a great question. Is it next weekend? Or... I have work. It might be Friday. Because I have work Saturday. Okay. Ah, Finn, you subscribed to my YouTube. Thank you. But yeah, we'll probably have a game night Friday night. So, not this Friday, but next Friday. So, keep your eye out for that. Still need to re-download everything. Yeah. Fun stream today. I'll see you next time. I'll see you next time, Nando. So yeah, join our Discord if you want to be part of that. You can go to our coffee shop if you want to buy any of Charlie's cute crochet goodies or our candy or anything else that we sell on there. She is, yes, a flower. Yes. We are both members of Floroma Town, so we can do the Floroma raid. The first one is for subscribers only, or no, the first one's for anyone to use. The second one for subscribers only. Let me go ahead and get the raid started for Quartzy. Cosmic Quartz. There we go. Okay, perfect. You will buy more crochet plush? Do it. But yeah, I will see you guys probably this weekend. Maybe Animal Crossing. Oh, how did you make your chat? How did you do that? How is it purple? Hello? How did you do that? That's... How did... Very cool. Biddies? Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, it says message effect used 20 bits. That's very cool. I didn't know you could do that. Anyway, yeah, go give Quartzy your love. They are, like I said, doing some cute art. So, and a member of Floroma Town, and just an all-around very nice, very cool person. We've done raid trains together and, you know, all kinds of things. Disability, queerness, all of the things. We love Quartzy here. So please go give Quartzy your love, and I will see you guys next time. Have a great rest of your time zone. Bye!